If you can all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. It will be administered to us today by Vanessa Badillo and Jason Barajas from Jackson Elementary School. Please go ahead.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. If you remain standing, we have our invocation this evening by our police chaplain, Jack Abelin.
Thanks, sir. Can I get by you there, young man? Thanks. All right, would you join me in prayer, please? Heavenly Father, we're so thankful that you have given to us a government that allows us to be represented well. It is our prayer, Lord, that tonight, as in every one of these city council meetings, your will would be accomplished, your wisdom would be given, and Lord, we would know you better through the oversight that we're given as your people. So may you bless tonight, speak to us, and go before us, we pray. Amen.
Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you. And Kent M. Yamaguchi, if you could please meet me down there in a moment, please.
So next month? Yeah, first weekend.
Standing to my right is Kent Yamaguchi, and he began 25 years ago back on the 2nd of February of 1989. However, he was prior to that in 1987 as a summer school camp instructor. And then in 89 he became the zoo animal registrar. He then managed the zoo office and handled all the permits, all the paperwork associated with the animal collection. And in 1992, he became the curator of education and developed and directed the zoo educational programs. In 2009, Kent moved to his current position, which is that of zoo manager, where he directs all the zoo's operation. Prior to the zoo, Kent went to the school over at UC Irvine, where he received a bachelor's degree, both in biology and in applied ecology. That is why one of his favorite animals is the giant anteater, because he's from UCI, right?
That's right.
And Gerardo Moet, who's standing behind me, he also went to UCI, and he likes the anteater as well. But they only come out at night, so these two guys go out there in the middle of the night looking for the anteaters, and they're there, right? Kent is the only Asian American zoo director in the country. He's also one of the few zoo directors who once was secretary, to the zoo director. He grew up in Dustin, and he often went to the Santa Ana Zoo as a child, but he never thought about working there because it says that you're allergic to fur, to feathers, to trees, to dust, to pollen, to animals, and to people. No, it doesn't say that. I made up the last two, but he is allergic to everything else. So he takes Claritin every day. Is this a ad for Claritin? And it works. His wife, Janet, is vice president over at the Discovery Science Center. So he's at the zoo, she's at the Science Center. It also says that your eldest son, Eric, lives in a log cabin in Alaska with his wife, Raven, and your granddaughter, Kendall. Your youngest son, Gabriel, and his wife, Jenny, split their time between New York City and Orange County. Look, they're just giving me all this information. Kent's hobbies include walking with his wife, gardening, fishing, running half marathons, that's 13.1 miles. Started running 5 years ago when he became the zoo director, and you got to run to be the zoo director. And he's also completed 37 half marathons now and 2 full marathons, including last year's Los Angeles and Orange County marathons. Have we missed anything?
That sounds good.
You've been doing a great job, and if any of you have had an opportunity to go to the zoo, he's really, really good with people. He's good with the animals. He's good at making people feel welcome. He does some of the shows himself, with children out there in the amphitheater, and I've taken my kids there over the years, and he's been there now a long, long time. And I'll tell you, every single day, Kent's the kind of person that welcomes the day with a smile and makes people feel good. So thank you for your work. And this is a small token of our appreciation for your 25 years of service. Thank you.
Well, it has been an honor to serve the city of Santa Ana and be at the zoo. I never thought I would get into monkey business professionally. But it's a wonderful place. I have a great team, a great staff that works there. The Parks and Rec agency, of which we're a part, is also great in supporting us. And you really, if you haven't come recently, you have to come to the zoo and see our monkeys. In the next few months, we'll have lots of babies, so that'll be really fun. So come on down and visit. Thank you so much.
And there's a lot of history here in Santa Ana, and relative to the monkeys you just mentioned, I don't know how many of you know this, but the Prentice family, when they gave the zoo to the city, basically said, you have to have monkeys, because Mr. Prentice used to live in the area. He had monkeys, and he wanted the children of Santa Ana to have monkeys. So we actually have a 55 monkey stipulation in the deed, and if we don't keep at least 55 monkeys, the land could go back to the heirs of the Prentice family. And today I know a few members are still around, and they go and they count the monkeys. And I know we have extra monkeys, 59. So that's our insurance policy. And talking about history of Santa Ana and insurance policies, we have an amazing person here today that I'm going to honor in a moment. If you could start walking this way, Parker Kennedy from First American Title Company, and talk about integrity and title insurance and strong company in Santa Ana history. First American Title, I think, is second to none. It was not too long ago when I know that. Welcome, Parker. Not too long ago when First American was expanding, and they were talking about potentially looking for sites around Orange County. And because of Parker Kennedy's family and their connection to the city, they looked here within Santa Ana, and fortunately were able to find some land down at South Main by Main and MacArthur. And as you're driving down the Newport Freeway, you look to the right as you're headed south, you see all those beautiful buildings that say First American. Well, that happened because of Parker Kennedy and his father, a great man, Don Kennedy. And let me just brag about you a little bit here, Parker, and then I'll say a few words, and I want to present you something here from the city. From 2003 to 2010, Parker S. Kennedy served as chairman and CEO of First American Corporation, which is a Fortune 500 company with revenues exceeding $8 billion. And I want to add that when his father began in the company years before that, it was in the small millions of dollars. And so the company has grown tremendously. 2 divisions are now a part of the company, in title insurance and data. The insurance division retained the name First American, which trades on the New York Stock Exchange, and the data division, known as CoreLogic, also trades on New York Stock Exchange. After the split, Kennedy initially served as executive chairman for each company before focusing his efforts as chairman of First American. From 2003 to 9, he served as chairman of First Advantage Corporation. It's a NASDAQ company which ultimately sold to private equity. He also serves on the boards of a variety of businesses, including his current position as member of the board of Specific Media, which is a private company that recently purchased MySpace from News Corp. Parker Kennedy joined First American in 1977, was elected to the board of the First American Corporation in 87, and during his tenure he served the company in a variety of local and national roles, including branch manager, national sales director, president, before his promotion to chairman and CEO. He also serves on boards of directors of various charitable organizations, including the Fletcher Jones Foundation. He is past chairman and board member for the Santa Ana Chamber of Commerce. He's also been active with the Bowers Museum, also with the Orange County Council of the Boy Scouts of America. And Parker is the past president of the American Land Title Association as well. He's a member of the California Bar Association. He's practiced law for 4 years with Levinson and Lehman, it says, in Beverly Hills a long time ago. He's laughing, but it's true. He's a graduate of the University of Southern California in Los Angeles, where he is a 2-year letterman in track and field. That I didn't know. 2-year letterman in track. I know your dad was an avid golfer, and he went to Stanford. So how did that go?
It was fine.
It went. You went to the better school. Also, it says that you're a member of the Beta Theta Phi fraternity, and after graduating from USC in 1970 with a bachelor's degrees in social science and communications with a concentration in economics, he went to earn a law degree from Hastings College of Law in San Francisco. He was born right here in Orange County, and he has a wonderful wife, Sherry, and 2 children and 2 grandchildren. And his heart is so much in Santa Ana, as was his father's. I mean, without the Kennedys, many things wouldn't be the way they are today in the city. Certainly I can remember, a Bowers Museum when for many years your father was chairman of the board and the meetings were down at First American Title and he had all the drawings and, how we were going to expand Bowers and raise money and bring in the British Museum and expand the operations, and it's because of the Kennedy family and their commitment that came to pass. And before I present this proclamation to you, would you like to please say a few words, Parker?
Holy cow. Thank you, Miguel. You left out the part that I'm allergic to pollen. But my family's been in the city of Santa Ana for over 125 years, and most of us have worked for the same company, so we're the most boring family in the history of Santa Ana. We're very proud of that. We did, 15 years ago, move our company from downtown Santa Ana to where it is now. And we had a decision. We're going to stay in Santa Ana or leave, and we decided to stay in Santa Ana because of people like Miguel and this city council and everybody in this city. It is a remarkable community, as we all know. So it's especially gratifying to get this recognition from Miguel, who was a true pal of my dad in spite of the age difference, and a good friend of mine. Thank you so much, Miguel, and thank you to the City Council.
Parker just wants to grab this and run because he says that they're the most boring family in the city. Maybe it's in the county, and that's an honor because I know it's all intentional. But look, I remember when your father, Don, when we were trying to get the British Museum here, he always would like to drink a little bit. And one time, we were going to have a big meeting, and before the meeting, he takes a little shot and he says, Miguel, you gotta do that. And I know he lived a long, long time. So it worked. How many? 93 years. But I'm telling you, when he was like 89, he was going. He was going till he passed and left us. But look, you all have done just a tremendous job. That it's an honor for me to present this to you for your generous and humble service to the community, Parker. Great. Thank you very much.
Miguel,
Thank you. Now I want to turn things over to our Mayor Pro Tem, Saltina Hedl.
If I could have Julie and Rick Glober and Ruby Fernandez come on up. Just come on around. As they come up, I want to just let people know that the DMV Donate Life Month California is intact right now as we speak, and more than 121,000 individuals nationwide and almost 21,000 in California alone are currently on the National Organ Transplant wait list. And every 90 minutes, someone dies while waiting due to a shortage of donated organs. Organ tissue, marrow, and blood donations are life-giving acts recognized worldwide as expressions of compassion to those in need, and especially urgent in the Hispanic and African American communities. A single individual's donation of the heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, pancreas, small intestines can save, this is a single individual, can save up to 8 lives. Donation of tissue can save and enhance the lives of up to 50 others. And a single blood donation could help 3 people in need. This is an important health item in our community and nationwide that we don't always talk about, and I wish we had more than just a month to celebrate it, quite honestly. Nearly 10 million Californians have signed up with the state-authorized Donation Life California Registry to ensure their wishes to be organ and tissue donors. They are honored. California residents can sign up with the state-authorized Donate Life California Registry to ensure their wishes to be an organ and tissue donor. So today, we here on the council have a proclamation, and the proclamation, I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's quite lengthy, but it's, whereas organ, tissue, marrow, and blood donations are life-giving acts recognized worldwide as expressions of compassion to those in need, whereas California residents can sign up with the state-authorized Donate Life California Registry to ensure their wishes to be organ and tissue donors, and now, therefore, Miguel Polito and the City of Santa Ana, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim April 24th as DMV Donate Life California Month, and encourages all residents of Santa Ana to check yes to donating their tissue and organs when applying for or renewing their driver's license and ID cards. And it's signed by the mayor and the rest of the city council, and I'd like to give you an opportunity to say a few words as well. Here you go.
I'm just going to take a brief moment to introduce a couple people to you. My name is Julie Glover. This is Ruby Fernandez and my husband, Rick Glover. We are all 3 ambassadors for Donate Life, and we are designated to the City of Santa Ana, and we're also residents of Santa Ana. So it's pretty important for us, as residents, to bring this to you. Ruby has a story that she wants to tell with her personal link to the Donate Life. Go ahead.
Real quick. Like I said, I'm also a resident of Santa Ana. My brother passed away in 2004 from a motorcycle accident. He was not registered as a donor, but my family and I made a decision to donate his organs. Thanks to his gift of life, he was able to help 3 individuals that were waiting on the waiting list. And that's why we volunteer our time with Donate Life to encourage others the importance of becoming a registered organ donor to save other lives.
And I'm a little different. I actually donated a kidney to a friend in West Virginia. So I only have 1 kidney. but I still go out and run triathlons and do everything I was doing before. My friend, if he didn't get his kidney, or the kidney that I gave him, wouldn't have made it through the year. And now he runs, he plays, he bicycles, horseback rides with his 2 daughters, which he could never pick up at all through the whole time they were alive. It's such an unfortunate thing when someone passes away that it's such a hardship for them, but yet it can bring so much joy to somebody else who gets to have life from this person who passed away. It's just an incredible gift, and we really want to make a point people to check, box number 7 in the DMV when they register for their license, to donate their organs, because it changes not only that person but so many other people: mother, father, brother, sister, daughter, son. It's just an incredible thing. So we want to thank you.
Thank you. And it's important that we make people aware of what we're doing as we move into the next month. But this is an example of invisible heroes. People that you don't see on TV, people that you're not going to read about in the newspaper per se, but they're out there and they're giving of their time, and they're making people aware, and they're changing the lives of others. And so I just want to give them a round of applause for the work that they do. And thank you for coming out here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Tina Head. Now, I believe Councilor Martinez, she's moving there quickly, and she's going to be recognizing ladies for Women's History Month. So if you are here, and Angie Amesqua is going to join her. So I'll turn things over to the ladies at this time.
Thank you, Councilwoman Martinez, for inviting me up to do this presentation. In 1987, Congress declared March as National Women's History Month. American women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of our nation in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. American women have played a unique role throughout the history of the nation by providing the majority of the volunteer labor force of the nation, and were particularly important in the establishment of early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions in our nation. Santa Ana City Attorney Sonia Carvalho is a perfect example of a woman leader, recognized by OC Metro Magazine as one of the top Orange County lawyers in 2009, and as a super lawyer by Southern California Super Lawyer Magazine in 2009, 2011, and most recently 2014. And now I'm going to pass the mic to my colleague, hand it over so that she can talk a little bit more about Sonia's bio.
So, as you know, if Sonia can please join us. This is certainly a surprise. We did not inform her that we were going to honor her of National Women's History Month to her for her outstanding service, not only to the city of Santa Ana, but for her industry and what she does as a woman lawyer. And so with that being said, Sonia, please join us as I read some of her bio. So Sonia currently works for the law group Best and Best Krieger. She currently serves as a city attorney for the cities of Santa Ana, Claremont. She previously served as the city attorney of Azusa from 1998 to 2012, in Colton from 1998 to 2001, and Yorba Linda from 2001 to 2010. Ms. Carvalho is also the co-chair of the firms of the Public Policy and Ethics Sub-Practice Group. And so there's going to be a lot of whereases, so I'm going to, her resume is extensive and all the great work that she's done. So I'm not going to go into all of it, but I do want to mention that she did attend the University of California, Irvine, graduated there with a Bachelor of Arts degree, a cum laude. She also received her JD at UCLA School of Law, where she served as the editor-in-chief of the Chicano Latino Law Review. And she was also admitted to the bar in 1992. And something else.
Michelle, what law school did she go to?
I don't know. I think where you. Yeah. But in addition, she is a frequent speaker on topics related to ethics, the Brown Act, and the land use issues. She's also been an instructor for various continuing education of the bar, the CEB, land use and real estate courses, and most recently has written spoken on the topic of medical marijuana and the land use regulation. So now I'm going to get a little personal, and so if she could just get a little closer, and she's humble and shy. But before we give we do these whereases for National Women History Month and present this to Sonia. Every year since I've been on this council, I have done National Women's History Month. One, because I am, the 5th councilwoman ever elected to the Santa Ana City Council, and Angie Amesqua is now the 6th woman ever elected to the City Council. And so we certainly value, one, that we get the privilege to work with all these great men, here on the council, but rarely do you see women in management professions or on city councils or, executives of big corporations. And so we have to support one another. So when we have the opportunity to celebrate National Women's History Month, we want to make sure that we celebrate all women, but when we have an opportunity to really emphasize and focus on one particular woman in our community, I thought to myself, last year I presented it to an organization, the Hope organization, and the year prior it was to an individual, and then the year prior was to all our commissioners and some of our community leaders. But then I thought to myself, Sonia just recently received, this top lawyer award, for the great work that she's doing. But I thought to myself, since Sonia has worked here on behalf of the city of Santa Ana, her integrity, her ethics, and the level of respect that she brings to her profession, and her respect to not only myself, but to my colleagues and her management team, has really provided another level of service in the industry of really dealing with municipal lawyers. And so I want to thank Sonia personally for the great work that she's done for the city of Santa Ana, but also for being an exceptional woman and the work that you do. And I know that there are very few minority women in law practice, and you're at the top of your game. I'm around many elected officials throughout California. I work with many other attorneys throughout California as well, and when they speak of Sonia, they speak of her very highly. And so it always brings a smile to my face to know that she's working here in the city of Santa Ana and doing great work for us. So with that being said, I'm not sure if Angie would like to say a little bit personally about Sonia, and then we'll go ahead and do the proclamation.
Sonia, I just want to say that as a newer council member, it's been a pleasure to work with you. You're always so professional, great heart, and I think we're fortunate to have you here in our city working for us.
Councilmember Martinez and Councilmember Amesqua, I'm rarely surprised. I like to always be in the know. People who work with me here know I'm very controlling, like to be very organized, and so this is a big surprise. I'd like to thank you, but most of all, I'd like to thank the entire council, and even more so the community of Santa Ana. I've been here almost 2 years now, and every day I come to work with a smile on my face, even on those days where the work is incredibly challenging. I feel like we have so much good work to do here, and so it's such a privilege to work here. I want to thank you for giving me that privilege, and I look forward to many more years of serving your community.
So hopefully you'll go ahead and put this up in your office, whether it be here at City Hall or at your BBK office. But with that being said, we've already said a lot of the whereas, and so I'm just going to go with the whereas. Ms. Carvalho, attorney for Best, and Krieger for more than 2 decades, was the first ever Hispanic city attorney to be named by the City Council. And now, therefore, I, Miguel A. Polito, and the Santa Ana City Council, on behalf hereby declare March 2014 as National Women's History Month, and encourage everyone to reflect on the extraordinary accomplishments of women such as the City Attorney Sonia Carvalho, and honor their role in shaping the course of our nation's history.
Now I believe Councilor Reyna. I will acknowledge him. And then after that, Councilor Sarmiento and Martinez.
Evening. At this moment, I'd like to welcome our guest up, Rick Niedermeyer and his team. Come on up. As they're making their way down, sports are very key and critical to a lot of our young people. I know for me personally, it helped move me in a positive direction. It taught me structure, character, responsibilities, and these are definitely the foundation of our youth growing up. As they move forward, they were able to shine, as I will talk briefly about their success. All the way over, you guys. Make some room for everybody. So not really a sport that I played growing up, but definitely a sport that I've tried, and I think I'm better on the basketball court than I am on the soccer field. But today, I get an opportunity to recognize the Santa Ana AYSO from area 11K. And this group has focusing on 8 different regions. It includes Santa Ana, Fountain Valley, Garden Grove, Orange, Westminster, Midway City, Huntington Beach. So here are some of the highlights of why we're recognizing the group that you see behind us. In regular season, they were undefeated, 9-0, scoring over 50 goals in 9 games. That's nearly 6 per game. That is absolutely incredible. For those that know soccer, 3-0 is a phenomenal score, let alone 5.5 in a game is absolutely incredible. During the league championship, they've actually scored 20 goals in 4 games. In their finals, they were champions with a score of 7-3. These men, along with others, entered the All-Stars and were able to accomplish a second-place championship for them. They will also be representing the city of Santa Ana, the 50th anniversary for AYSO and the national games that are only held every 2 years. And we're wishing them the great success and a lot of hope. I encourage you to come on out there and show support and cheer them on. At this point, I want to bring up the head coach, who I've known for a couple of years, and his dedication to our young people in Santa Ana is absolutely incredible. Goes above and beyond, and he works with hundreds and hundreds of our students, keeping them engaged in positive activities. At this point, I'd like to bring up Richard. Come on up. Oh, the head coach. Okay, well, I apologize that. Then the assistant coach, Richard. I'm sorry, head coach. A few words, please. Junior and senior, sorry.
Yep. I used to play AYSO growing up. I played it all my life. All I can say is these boys here, they show up every week. They give me everything they've got. They leave it all on the field. That's all I ask from the guys. This is the U14. The thing about our team is every year when you have U14s, it's last year for All-Stars. These boys here, this was one team we had in Santa Ana. Fountain Valley, Costa Mesa, all the regions we play, they have 5, 6, 7 teams, and they take their best players and they make their all-star teams. This is the all-star team we had. This was one team. This is 12 players. We had 13 players on our team. We had 12 players for the most of the time. They finished second, which is all on its own a great accomplishment for these boys. So I'm proud of the boys. I know my father, who's the commissioner, he's coached me. We can say this is the best team we've ever seen. So for us to say that, yeah, exactly. So we'd like to thank you to the city for recognizing us, and we hope to represent Santa Ana with the best as we can, as we've done all season long. So thank you, sir.
Absolutely, absolutely. Don't go nowhere. We have a few things for you. So for the head coach, Richard Niedermeyer Jr. Appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Now the assistant coach, Richard Niedermeyer Sr. And as the commissioner, would you like to say a few words? Absolutely.
Good evening, and as my son said, he started in AYSO, and I think he's turned out pretty well. AYSO is a program that everyone plays. Nobody sits on the bench. Everybody's guaranteed to play half of every game. We have open registration. If you can't afford to play, we'll find the money for you. It's something that a lot of leagues in Santa Ana aren't able to offer, but we do. We find a way to do it. We have this team, our under 14 boys, our under 19 girls, and our under 16 boys will be representing the city of Santa Ana, as Roman said, in the national games. Those are held every 2 years. There'll be over 500 teams. It's AYSO's 50th anniversary, and it's going to be conducted here in Southern California. It'll be a neat adventure for these kids. Kids, these are young men now. And they exemplify sportsmanship, team play, and above all, they inspire integrity to each other as well as to the players around them. I'm very proud of our program here in Santa Ana. We're the oldest soccer program, over 28 years here in the city. And with the support of the city and the council, we'll continue to grow and keep going. Thank you again.
Don't go too far. Help me out handing these ones out. Coach, come on in. Introducing our young people, our young stars, our young champions, Daniel Acosta. Andres Clemente. Pablo Crispo. Jonathan Espinosa. Roberto Herrera. Jonathan Magaña. Benjamin Montoya. Andrew Arteriga. Luis Quiros. And the captain. Okay. Jose Rubalcaba. Jose Ruiz. Oscar Salas. And Derek Walker. Thank you very much. You know, as we talk about investing in our young people, you heard some of the numbers that they affect in our community. And it is the foundation of character. It is the foundation of respect and responsibilities. Frequently you hear a verbiage or terminology that is starting to be embraced, and that's restorative justice. This is the foundation of teaching these young people exactly what that means. And the AYSO does an incredible job of this. One more time, a round of applause. Thank you so very much. Congratulations. Good luck. It looks like the captain might have a few words or a few. Come on up.
As something we do also every year, all the players receive medals, and they also receive pins. And as our city logo is, as you can see here, we have pins that all the players get. Well, our two captains here tonight, they are actually presenting the council members and the city attorneys, city clerks, and everybody Santa Ana pins, collector pins from our region. So.
Again, thank you so very much. Appreciate it. Good luck in the tournament.
And now I'm going to recognize Councilmember Vince Sarmiento and Councilmember Michelle Martinez. America on Track, if you're here, please come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as I see Claire Brayburn making her way up here, I'm going to keep my comments very brief. Although I can say much about America on Track and Claire in particular, I know her. I'm a big fan of her work and what she does personally. I've got a little bit of a sore throat, so my voice is going to be going on me, and I'm co-presenting with my colleague, Councilwoman Martinez, so I'm going to let her have the floor so she can go into detail. But I wanted to thank Claire and America on Track personally because they do such great work throughout the city, and I know tonight we're going to be approving a matter that's on our agenda regarding some equipment, some playground equipment at Memorial Park. And you know, this isn't the only time that America on Track has done things here in the city like build and give and donate playground equipment to our kids. They've done it at El Sol Academy, they've done it at Bishop Manor, and they've done it at Kennedy Elementary. Those are just the few sites that I know of, and I know they've done them at more. But I've been witness to the work that they do, the care and the interest that they show our community and our kids more than anything. And to give a kid a playground who doesn't have one is a huge thing. in our city, in any city, but especially in ours because we know how few we have. And so, Claire, on behalf of me and everybody up here, for all the great work that you do, I just want to thank you. And let me go ahead and give the mic and the floor to my colleague, Councilwoman Michelle Martinez, so she can go on and embarrass you a little bit more.
Thank you, Councilman Sarmiento. He did mention some of the other projects they've done, but they were also very instrumental in helping us pass the ordinance on no smoking in parks. So I want to thank Claire and American On Track for all their efforts that they've done here in the city of Santa Ana to make it a healthier community. But today we're here once again, to really highlight what America On Track is doing here in the city of Santa Ana. And through their leadership of Terry Thompson and Claire, their organization is making a donation of $45,000 to help the city open a new outside gym at Memorial Park. The neighborhood families around Memorial Park will have this fall a brand new exercise gym to use it, and of course, hopefully they will get fit. The Memorial Park Exercise Gym will provide the community with high-quality outdoor fitness gym equipment and a shaded structure. So this is another great example of Adopt a Park creative approach to leveraging outside funding, community involvement, a dynamic nonprofit organization, and committed can-do staff like Claire and her team. So without this donation from America On Track, we would not be able to do this. America On Track is a nonprofit organization that knows how to give back to our community. And for that, we are very grateful and would like for Claire to share a couple of words about, of course, we already said a lot about her organization and what has happened here in the city of Santa Ana, but possibly if you could just talk a little bit more about, the donation and, a little bit more why specifically Memorial Park, and go from there.
Good evening. On behalf of everyone at America On Track, we appreciate the recognition, and more importantly, we're just so proud to be partners with the City of Santa Ana and to be able to do what we can to bring in funds, and in this case, it's through a federal grant, a physical education program grant, and we want to look at how we can improve the community rather than only bringing services and programs in, which are super important, and we do that on a daily basis. We also like to build in things that are very sustainable, that will have a lasting impact, and that's why we like to look for opportunities to leverage resources. And when talking with Gerardo Moet about some opportunities with parks, we had seen a great example of how donations could maximize resources at a local park where the cost was much lower. And so we said, gosh, wouldn't that be wonderful if there's an opportunity to partner with the city at Memorial Park, get rid of some equipment there that's not working right now, it's not functional, and really redo that space to be an area where families and children can go and work out together, and you don't have to have a gym membership, and you can enjoy the beautiful Southern California weather we have here, which apparently we're never going to get winter, we're just having summer all year long. Well, I guess we can't complain because now there'll be one more place for families, parents, women with their walking groups to go and work out. It's actually fitness equipment. It's really high quality equipment, and we're very excited to be able to partner with the city to leverage these resources so that people can take advantage of the beautiful space we have here in Orange County and specifically in Santa Ana. And we just really appreciate having a partnership with a city that is so willing to collaborate with its residents, with its nonprofit organizations, and just has such a great spirit of making the city healthier and more fit. So we look forward to continuing our fitness and health journey with everyone here in Santa Ana.
Great. So on behalf of the City of Santa Ana, we want to provide a certificate of recognition awarded to America On Track in appreciation of your generous donation to build an outside exercise gym at Memorial Park. Thank you so much.
With that, I'm going to go take things over here. We're done with presentations. We're going to start our council meeting. Madam City Attorney, do we have anything to report out, please?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to report out 2 items this evening. The first is a settlement, workers' comp settlement with Mr. Gary Freitas. In that matter, the City Council has approved a settlement in the amount of $53,029.30. We also have the second matter of Irene Gomez versus the City of Santa Ana. It was actually Irene Gomez in the City of Santa Ana versus the Internal Revenue Service, and in that case, we've accepted a subrogation settlement of $70,000. And that's all I have for reportable action.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to go ahead and open up public comment, and we have 23 speakers for public comment. Then I think we have another 20 plus for for later the Sexinger property hearing. So if folks can just not repeat themselves, that would be appreciated. So let's start with Alex Vega, followed by Armando Felix, followed by Jack Stevens. And if folks, when I call your name, start coming on down, so when I call it the second time to speak, you're already here. Please go ahead, Mr. Vega, and then followed by Armando Felix. All right, let's go on to the next speaker until we get the interpreter. Armando Felix, are you, please, why don't you speak, and then we'll go back to Mr. Vega.
Yes, good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Armando Felix, and I've been here before. Every month, normally, I come to stand here before you, and as you know well, the focus always of my coming is the homeless people that are here across the street, the YMCA building, that as you know, we are trying to get this building to help these people. And the purpose of tonight, of me being here, is just to expand a little bit more of what is the goal or the focus that we have in mind. Because sometimes I believe that there's lack of information, you can get an idea that probably is not exactly, the truth of the reality. And tonight I just want to expand a little bit of what is our goal in our minds, in our hearts. And the first thing that I just want to mention is that the main goal is not necessarily just to get the building to bring homeless into the building and just to have a lot of people outside the building in clothes and sleeping bags. That's not the idea. Our idea is just to build up a worldwide ministry that even just trying to get into the television, and the homeless will just play a part of the big vision of this building. We have enough experience to have this kind of ministry. Myself, for example, I've been involved in television since 1985. Concerning the training of the people, I'm the author of more than 10 books and 1 commentary. I'm the author of over 19 manuals to train leaders, starting from youth and families and marriage and people involved in drugs and alcohol and violence. I've been able to, train lawyers and doctors. I'm a conference speaker, speaking in hospitals with lawyers, in secular school, in churches. And so we have enough information for the knowledge that we have in the training and the people that are involved in this. And so why am I doing all of this? Because every time when I come and we share about our goal to get the building, probably, I don't know if in your mind, probably you're thinking, well, they just want to get this building and just want to bring the homeless and just to spend the rest of their life just helping homeless. No, we're trying to help the youth in the city, help the marriages in the city, help the families in the city, even professionals that are well educated but that are in need. There's a lot of people that have a lot of education but that they have deep needs in their lives. And so our focus is to help. It wasn't such a beautiful thing as we see people coming and sharing what they're doing, and they're trying to be effective. They're trying to do something, with effectiveness because they're leaders. They're trying to help. Where we also want to help and we want to be effective, and we are trying to do. But sadly, and to finish because of timing, the homeless are here across the street. And the building is just here across the street. So we are trying to have our ministry right here in the area where we've been doing this for over 20 years. So please help us just to get this building so that we can do something also with effectiveness. Thank you for your time. God bless you.
Thank you, Alex Vega. Followed by Jack Stevens, followed by Carol Stevens.
Buenas noches, alcalde y concejales. Primero que nada, felicidades al señor David Cavazos. En 100 días ya demostró lo que hizo en Arizona. Yo lo vi allá cuando fui y ahora lo estamos viendo aquí. Y pues parece que sí, ya va a ser la ciudad cuando van a abrir un negocio, ya no va a ser la ciudad del no. No hay, no. Entonces es muy positivo y es muy positivo lo que él está pensando de poner todo en el primer piso en atención al público, y esperemos que la actitud que él trae y las ganas que trae, que ayuda a apoyarlo en todo para que esto sea lo que él hizo en Phoenix, que lo haga más grande todavía. Y somos una ciudad única. Me tocó vivir lo que ahorita que mencionó de los homeless. Yo les dije a los oficiales, Dios les bendiga por lo que hacen. Yo he estado en situaciones muy difíciles con pandillas y eso, pero esto es más complejo, es más difícil, es gente que conoce el sistema, pueden ser manipulados, pueden ser muchas cosas, y la policía los conoce. Hemos tenido juntas, tuvimos por primera vez una junta con el comandante Ibarra y el oficial Koplak, pero todo el equipo que hay aquí de la policía de Santana son únicos, de veras son únicos, y yo en el tiempo que estábamos tiempos difíciles de dinero, yo también tenía la opinión de que ellos sacrificaran un poco, pero ahorita con lo que está pasando y con los bares que están abriendo y lo que viene, es tiempo de pensar en que ese dinero que se sacrificaron, porque recursos se necesitan siempre, y la seguridad es primero. La voz del pueblo, la voz de Dios, y en Santana, ustedes saben, en la encuesta que hicieron, seguridad pública, porque estando seguros, estamos mejor. Así es de que es un orgullo para mí estar ahorita trabajando por medio de la Oficina de Asuntos Comunitarios con Mike McCoy y Sandy López, y es que esta cosa ya lo hemos hecho por tiempo, ahora ya se hizo oficial, la Oficina de Asuntos Comunitarios, y Carlos Rojas, pues, y a todo el equipo, a todo está, pero muchísimas gracias, porque de veras que esto que tenemos que seguir siendo, no el cuarto, llegar al primer lugar en seguridad pública, como ahorita ser el cuarto, llegar al primero. Que Dios les bendiga y muchísimas gracias por todo lo que está pasando, y está muy positivo, y vamos a seguir trabajando. Tenemos un grupo ya de seguridad comunitaria, y trabajando, por supuesto, con la Policía de Santana, y muchas gracias, Dios les bendiga.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Congratulations, first of all, to David Cavazos, who in his first 100 days here in Santa Ana has demonstrated what he did in Arizona. So congratulations on that. When businesses want to open now in Santa Ana, this will no longer be a city of no. So it's positive what he's been doing, and I hope that his attitude will continue and help us be better. And what he did in Phoenix will be even better here in Santa Ana. And the gentleman talked about the homeless, and I was in a similar situation. These people know the system, and we need to be talking to the police system. The police officers here are unique in Santa Ana, and when money was tough, they sacrificed, so I think it's time that money is better to consider giving back to that. Public safety is an important issue here, and I'm proud to be working on these community issues with Mike McCoy. And now that the Community Issues Office is open, that's going to be a good for the community. I want to thank Carlos Rojas and the staff for the great work that they're doing. And we must, even though they're doing a great job, we must improve, not be the fourth in public safety as we are now, but we can be number one in public safety. It's important to do that. Let's work together with the police. Thank you, and God bless you.
All righty. I believe I had called Jack Stevens, and then followed by Carol Stevens, and then Stephen Ray. So please go ahead.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jack Stevens. I am president of a condominium association located in Santa Ana, and we have a problem with the marijuana dispensaries. I have written to various people, including the city attorney, the chief of police, and the zoning enforcement about the problem, but so far nothing has happened. The situation is that what these people are doing is a little bit unique. Instead of being a tenant who can then be evicted by a landlord, they are actually buying these condominiums, and they are now owners. The association itself can do nothing. When somebody purchases a unit, then they are an owner, and there is no way that the association can do anything except issue fines. And the fines are meaningless to these people because they are making so much money that they couldn't care less. Plus, they're not paying the fines anyway. So we're totally powerless, and we have nothing that we can do. The situation is really terrible. The odors are emanating throughout the building, which help to drive other businesses away. There are people who have guns that are walking around. They used to walk around on the outside. We hired our own security, our private security. So now they stay inside the units, but they're armed people who stay in there because these are cash businesses, and people know that, and they're subject to burglary and to theft. So now we have a possible crime situation going on. Some of the people, they are not sick people. I mean, I can see them, and I will hope that you would come down and take a look, and you will see that these are not sick people. And they come down, they smoke, and then they drive. Well, you know and I know that this is illegal. You are not allowed to smoke marijuana and then get in your car and drive. And it's not like alcohol. Alcohol, you have to have so much alcohol before it's illegal. Marijuana, it's illegal from the get-go. So they're driving. That means that they're a hazard for people who are driving by the complex. And I really don't see too much going on to try to stop this. I mean, whatever you want to think about. Now, I know that there's some jurisdictions that have passed some laws that are accepting marijuana. From what I read in the newspaper, I think recently San Diego passed something. But nobody allows 6 marijuana dispensaries in one building, plus we have one across the street. There's nobody that's allowing this kind of a concentration of marijuana dispensaries. It's terrible. Now, the other thing that's happening, like right now, we have one of the people in the building is putting his office up for sale. So that means, who's going to buy? Are you going to buy when all you got to do is use your eyes and you see these dispensaries operating? No, a normal business person is not going to buy an office there. Who is going to buy an office there? Another dispensary. So today we had 6. Tomorrow we'll probably have 7. There is really no stopping this thing. We need some help. We can't handle this on our own, and I'm asking for help. I've submitted some written material.
Yes, you have, and we have them. There's several letters on a chronological basis over the last few months.
I didn't want you to think that I was bugging you.
So no, you're not.
Mayor, I would like to work with him.
These are not
and
all the
possibly our
letters
staff.
I've written.
I think you're in Councilmember Martinez.
I would like to work with him and our staff, and because it's certainly our city attorney. I certainly know.
So look, just follow up with our city manager right there and our city attorney, and we'll follow this up with you. We also have Carol Stevens. Maybe she wants to continue. I assume that's your wife.
She may want to add some more. I mean,
please go ahead, Carol
we don't know what
Stevens,
to do.
and then Stephen Ray.
Thank you.
I'm Carol Stevens. I'm
Speak into the mic, please.
Sorry. I'm Carol Stevens. I'm Jack's wife. I'm also a member of the Homeowners Association. And I'm not going to touch on what he did. I'm going to talk about it more from a personal standpoint. We've got a situation, well, I want to say, Claire, who you honored, you were very happy that she got no smoking in the parks. And you have a sign right here, no smoking. We also have some no smoking signs. It doesn't help. We have I'm sure not one of you would allow somebody to go in there, sit down and start smoking marijuana. You wouldn't allow it. You wouldn't allow him to throw his litter, his McDonald's wrappers, a condom. You wouldn't allow them to throw that in here. Or maybe he would walk up to the wall and urinate. You would not allow that. And of course, the most wonderful thing is when they vomit in the hallway. I mean, that's wonderful for the carpets. We have polka dots now where people vomit. You would not allow that. And maybe out of sight, out of mind. You don't see it. It's not in your neighborhood. It's not in your building. So we feel we are being ignored. We need help. They're unsavory people. I admit there are people who do need medical marijuana. I'm not saying that it's a hoax. There are legitimate people who need it. But they should get their medical marijuana in a medical and professional office building that holds normal hours, 9 to 6. I can't believe that anybody who needs medical marijuana medical marijuana only needs it at 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night, midnight. And the people who are there are kind of unsavory looking. I used to go to the office at night and work. I don't go there anymore. Sometimes I've been walking through the parking lot, and although I have never been physically harmed, I've had people make gestures, say things. I feel intimidated. I don't feel safe. And people who want to open an office are not going to want to be there. What can I say? Maybe these people don't look nice. Don't know how to describe them. But maybe I did learn something tonight. Maybe these unsavory people really aren't people because they only come out at night. Maybe they are anteaters.
Maybe they went to UCI. No, I'm kidding. Steve Ray, followed by Christina Rush. But on a serious note, follow up with our city manager, our city attorney. Councilor Martinez has volunteered, and we'll go from there. Please go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, Honorable Council, I'm Steve Ray. We're here tonight to address the city's public hearing process, specifically relative to the Planning Commission. I speak as someone who served for many years as a planning commissioner, in fact, chaired the Planning Commission for a long time, and also as someone who speaks and presents before many planning commissions, city councils, county and state agencies regarding a host of issues around the state and many jurisdictions. The Planning Commission here in Santa Ana kind of operates differently than just about any place else I've ever been. And that is that when a project is called for a hearing before the Planning Commission, the staff makes the staff report, as it happens everywhere. But what the Planning Commission does is then requires the public to come up and make comments prior to the applicant ever having gotten up and presented their project to the body. Every place I've ever been, the applicant always goes first to present their project to the body, to make the formal presentation to the body, and to talk about what it is and why they're seeking it and everything else. And then the public has a chance to get up and then comment on it once they have heard that. And then generally, it's not always, but generally then, the body will also allow then the applicant to come up for a kind of a rebuttal or to respond to those comments, maybe 5 minutes at the end of all the public comments to respond to them for clarification purposes or whatever. That's generally the way it works in every jurisdiction. Here, the Planning Commission requires the public to come up and speak before the public has ever even presented the project. It places the public in a position of not being able to speak intelligently to the project or not to hear any of the latest iterations on the project, any changes or amendments or anything that the applicant might be requesting in addition, and to comment on those. And it's extremely unfair process for the public. In my opinion, it's also kind of unfair for the applicant, because the applicant should get up and be able to talk about their project and promote it first, and then, as I say, maybe also have a chance to rebut at the end. So I just want to spell out that process, and maybe you guys can talk to your planning commissioners and see about some adjustments in their process. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Stephen. Christina Rush, followed by Robert Gonzalez. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you once again for the opportunity to comment. My name is Christina Rush, and I'm speaking with the Bristol Street Business Owners Coalition. Many thanks to the Council for its willingness to work with the business owners. We appreciate you and staff meeting with us many times over the last several months. At a study session in early January, this body instructed its staff to consider other development options that would preserve as many of the coalition businesses as possible. Council even suggested a number of ways to minimize the impact on our businesses. Council's instructions to find alternatives appear to have gone unheeded. Staff is asking that the item be continued yet again, but to what end? The most logical conclusion is that staff is trying to maximize the impact of the road widening on the businesses to make way for possible private development. When this project began in 1990 under redevelopment, the city needed a 120-foot right-of-way to achieve its goals. In 2013, without redevelopment, plans called for an expanded 150-foot right-of-way to include 30 feet of greenery. Coalition businesses then offered to plant greenery on their private property, achieving the same ends without destroying the businesses. Now the new plan calls for 12 feet of landscaping. This plan would force this body to condemn coalition businesses for 12 feet of grass. Is that worth it? If the city condemns the business owners on Bristol Street, they are sending the same message that was sent with the condemnation of the businesses along Grand Avenue. No business is safe in Santa Ana. This will only discourage businesses from moving into the city. No business person will invest in a city that changes the rules of the game along the way. Instead, create an environment that fosters economic growth by empowering the community. When things are better for everyone, be it through better housing, quality job creation, small business opportunities, safety through prevention, our community benefits from lower unemployment rates, less crime, reinvestment in the community, and more. The key is that equitable growth is a means to achieving equality and inclusivity. If this component is lacking, many people and many small businesses will feel disenfranchised from the whole. It fosters an environment of haves and have-nots rather than create an environment of inclusivity. Sustainable communities and equitable economic growth are based upon the idea of inclusivity. Make things better for the community as a whole and everyone will prosper. Let's ensure access to good jobs at a good wage and everyone does better. Let's make everyone, the residents, the small business owners, and corporations feel included and vested in their city. Small businesses, the mom and pops that form the backbone of any community and from which many large corporations were formed, should be respected and protected. The small business owners that make up...
Please wrap up.
Sure. The small business owners that make up our coalition have served the residents of Santa Ana for a very long time, and our goal is to continue serving the community that we all love. Please do not destroy our businesses for grass.
Thank you.
Please set
Robert.
a precedent of protecting and respecting the small businesses upon which Santa Ana was built.
Robert, thank you. Robert Gonzalez, followed by Geronimo Chavez. And if you want to clap, just go like this, and we'll see you. Thank you. Please, Robert, followed by Geronimo, followed by Veronica Rosales.
Yes, I'm Dr. Robert Gonzalez, the optometrist from Bristol Street. Council Mayor, Mr. Manager, we do not challenge the expansion of Bristol Street. At the necessary 120-foot right-of-way, we can stay where we are. Anything more than 120 feet is redevelopment. There is no more redevelopment, but some people want to continue as if it still exists. Redevelopment has many major flaws. It is often used to change the face of a community. Businesses are leveled, ripping out the fabric and the heart and soul of a neighborhood, replacing them with sterile concrete and glass. Redevelopment tramples on property rights. It forces the sale of land to others so that they may use it. Some fundamental American principles are private property, equality, and free enterprise. Private property is such an important American ideal that the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution addresses it. These ideals, coupled with a strong work ethic, have led to America's success and upward mobility. Most of our families came here for a better life. In their former countries, there was little chance to prosper. We have worked hard. We had the foresight to buy our properties years ago to invest in Santa Ana. We are business owners, landowners, and that should not be taken from us. Some have stated that they prefer that an exclusive strip mall be built where our businesses now exist. Exclusive means to exclude, to restrict. Our community is made up of many diverse groups, and a successful community is one that works together to make the whole better for the benefit of all. I came here 26 years ago with an inclusive mentality, eager to serve all sectors of the community. We are part of the grassroots, and the full acquisition of our property pulls out these roots of our community, keeping it from flourishing. It lessens our ability to prosper, and lessens our ability to succeed. It squashes the incentives of the independent entrepreneur to work harder. It sends a wrong message to small businesses in Santa Ana, indicating that they're replaceable and unimportant. We should not destroy what we have built. We should work together to enhance what we have. I've been asked, why do I want to stay so badly? And I say, why not? I have deep roots here and commitments here. We provide valuable services, and to move breaks the bonds with those that we serve. Also, we have the right to stay and to retain ownership of our property. and full acquisition is not a public necessity. It's an abuse of eminent domain. So build the road at 120 feet, and let's get back to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Jeronimo Chavez, you guys didn't wave for Robert. Please, Jeronimo.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, distinguished members of the council, City Manager, Mr. Cavazos, City Attorney, Ms. Cavallo. We thank you for the opportunity to speak before you tonight, to bring our desires and our compelling reasons as to why we want to stay in our properties, in our city, and in business. We sincerely thank you for your genuine desire and to help us find a solution and alternatives which will get us to a win-win situation where we accommodate for the widening of the street, for the bike lanes, for the wide sidewalks, for the green space between our buildings and the sidewalk, while enabling us to stay in business and stay in Santa Ana. Of course, with perhaps with a modification of the original city's plan. We, the Business Coalition, presented a plan with 120-foot partial take that we showed time and time that it can work. And in the last study work session, each member of the council directed Public Works to work with us, basically to roll up their sleeves and work with the business owners to find solutions to enable the project to move on and enable the owners to stay if all possible. And although we appreciate the willingness of Public Works to meet with us, but instead of, in each meeting, instead of coming up with the solution, they come with a new excuse as to why they must wipe us out of business and out of the map. It even took an eye doctor to prove a team of city engineers wrong when he challenged one of their excuse number 13 or 14 about the measurements. The next day, they went back and measured, and the doctor was right. The last meeting that we had with Public Works and Planning, they brought the final excuse number 15. Because of the widening, your elevation or the property will not meet the elevation requirement. Okay? Again, we sent back the engineers, and again, they proved them wrong, that it can't happen. We don't want to make this long. Although we think that we are hopeful that we'll eventually come to the right win-win situation.
Vivian, please conclude. The light is red.
As of today, we feel that we don't have a willing partner on the other side to work with us, as we were promised last time we were here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're listening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Veronica. And after Veronica, Young Lee.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me talk with you. I have been working in my office for more than 20 years. I'm a single mother, and I'm the only supporting my daughter. If I have to move to another place, I have to start over, and it will affect our lives. Please work with us and let us to stay at our location. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Veronica. And thank you. It was a short speech, and we heard every word. Please continue. Young Lee, followed by John Palacio.
Hello, my name is Young J. Lee, a member of a Bristol Street Business Coalition. I'll make it brief too. I thank all of you to give an opportunity to speak as a matter of a Bristol widening project. We, the city and the coalition, both of us try hard and put a lot of time and effort on this project matters. Of course, the priority is on our community and the city of Santa Ana. Yes, I agree, and I will do for it. But please don't forget, on the other side, we, the business owner here, we have been working for so many years to build up the business and to serve the community. Also, this is a matter of everybody's living. Mr. Mayor and council members and the city manager and staffs, please bring your career and experience and righteousness put in this project. Make a best result ever before. I will look for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Young. Thank you for your testimony. And now John Palacio, followed by Peter Katz.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, I want to thank all of you because I know that you guys are very supportive of the Santa Ana community and very supportive of Santa Ana businesses. We thank you for the direction that and support you've given us over the last several months. Unfortunately, the position of our staff is that you have not given them direction. And even though you've had a study session, but that's not good enough. And in today's agenda item, 55B, it's to continue it to a study session. Again, staff's position is that you cannot give them direction at a study session. So, my recommendation to you is because item 55B is agendized, and you have the item is agendized, that you can make a motion. You can direct staff this evening to maintain the 120-foot wide street as defined in the 1990 EIR. You can also ask them to work with the businesses so if they wish to remain, they can remain in their present locations. And lastly, to eliminate the threat of full take of the affected Bristol street businesses. Instead, pursue partial takes to pave the way for the completion of Phase 3 of Bristol Street. The problem is that if you wait till March 18th, you can't give direction. So now you're into April. And if you give them direction in April, they won't come back and respond to you until May. You know, and that's the problem we have here, is that they're waiting for direction, and the position is they cannot even consider any alternative other than their own plans unless you give them direction. So I'm asking you this evening to make a motion to give them that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, John, for that. Peter Katz, followed by Abel Ruiz.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, staff, and residents. I'm here on a different matter. This is a fast-moving bill. A bunch of veterans have crafted this a few short months ago and is now introduced in the state legislature. Assembly Bill 1453. It's a bipartisan bill authored by Sharon Quirk Silva of Fullerton, and we're seeking the endorsement of all 34 cities in the county to create a state veteran cemetery in the county of Orange. Orange County is the largest county in the state of California without a state veteran cemetery. The bill is a fast-moving bill. I will be going up to Sacramento in April to testify before the Veterans Affairs Committee, and the following week the Appropriations Committee will receive the bill. It will be formally introduced by the Irvine City Council next Tuesday night, and it will be circulated among all 34 cities. We're hoping to get it to the governor's desk by the end of this legislative session. There is federal funding for the cemetery, and the state will build it and maintain it. The city of Irvine is currently looking for a piece of land in the Great Park area to accommodate this project, and we're really excited about it. On behalf of all veterans, what I'm here to do tonight is to ask residents, and if you know a veteran or support, letters matter. If you can just write a handwritten note to Sacramento, to the Veterans Affairs Committee, saying you endorse Assembly Bill 1453, and that you wanted it voted out of committee to the full assembly. But it's very important because out of the 3 national cemeteries in Southern California, the one in Los Angeles is closed to burials for veterans. The one in Miramar is closed to burials. The nearest national cemetery for burial is in Arlington out at Riverside, which is a long distance for Orange County veterans. So on behalf of veterans and their families, we're encouraging you to support this bill. Many of us went to Vietnam and Korea from the El Toro Marine Base. It's only fitting that we have a final resting place there in support of our veterans. So once again, I'm encouraging you to support this very important resolution that will be coming before you shortly, but it will be formally introduced next Tuesday night before the Irvine City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Many of us are supportive, and I want to recognize Mayor Pro Tem Tinajero at this
Peter,
time.
thank you so much for bringing that up, but it's something that I'm going to be talking to the city manager about and other council members to see if we can bring it up to the next meeting as well and support that great cause.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. With that, Abel Ruiz, followed by Nancy Trejo, I believe it is.
Good evening. My name is Abel Ruiz. I am speaking on behalf of the Santana Collaborative for Responsible Development and Santana Building Healthy Communities.
Please speak into the mic a little bit more. Continue.
Oh, sorry. We believe that the strategic planning process is an invaluable opportunity to build towards a safe, healthy, strong future for Santana. Many of the policies that are already included in the draft strategic plan are positive improvements. However, we cannot yet consider it a sufficient plan. Our community coalition is here to support the inclusion of 4 key initiatives in the strategic plan. First, the strategic plan should include specific language for the establishment of a youth internship program within the city government under the youth section, Goal 4, Strategy B. An additional Strategy C should be added to establish future coordination and sustainability of this program. It is crucial that we provide our youth with opportunities to gain significant educational and work experience, more than just events and field trips. Second, the strategic plan must include a specific strategy for the development and eventual establishment of restorative justice programs for youth as a collaboration between the city, the Santa Ana Unified School District, and community organizations within this field. In the plan's community safety section, Goal 1, a strategy G should be added to specify the city's role as a leader and developer of a collaborative restorative justice program in certain areas of the city, including restorative justice strategies used by other cities' programs. Third, the strategic plan must explicitly include the termination of the contract with ICE for usage of the city's jail. In the community safety section, Goal 4, a strategy B must be added to stating that this contract will be terminated as soon as it is economically feasible. This is a priority not just because of the fiscal drain that this contract imposes on the city, but also for its moral incongruity with our city's values as a city of immigrants. Finally, the strategic plan must include language identifying the creation of good jobs as a goal for economic development activities as part of the vision for the economic growth section of the plan and throughout the language of the goals and strategies. The city should ensure that businesses receiving incentives from the city will provide a return on the public investment they received in the form of good jobs with decent wages and stability. For Goal 2, a strategy D should be added, setting standards for job quality and efforts to hire local residents to be met by subsidy recipients. We know council members received a work plan at the work study session, which has not been made available to the community. Funding for these strategies is also of great importance. We look forward to seeing a draft funding matrix and request that we be forwarded a copy as soon as it becomes available. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Abel. Thank you for your work. Trejo, Nayetsi Trejo, and then followed by Carolyn Torres, and then by Teresa Dong. Please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nayetsi.
Bring it down just a little bit more.
More?
There you go. Yeah, right
Perfect.
into it.
All right. My name is Nayetsi Trejo, and I have been participating in the strategic plan process because I am concerned about a dignified housing for the citizens of Santa Ana, especially the ones with a very low income and single parents. At all of the forums, hundreds of people had things to say about the bad quality of the existing housing stock. Where are the new programs to make housing better and the new programs to increase affordability? Are you listening to the community? Please create, innovate, and make the change in our community. One program that will help improve housing is the Rent Trust Account program, REAP. And this program will be very beneficial to Santa Ana residents as well as Santa Ana staff, because there is a backlog of properties in violation and not complying with notices of violations. This REAP program is something that LA currently has, and that we would like to see implemented in the city of Santa Ana. REAP in LA stands for Rent Escrow Account Program, and other cities call this program a Rent Trust Account Program. The city of Long Beach will be implementing this program there in 2015 as well. In the housing element, this program is mentioned as a best practice and something that staff will research, but with your support, we could ensure that this program is looked to as a priority and founded for implementation, if included in the strategic plan. It will give a follow-up to the housing element. Again, the Rent Trust Account Program is used when a property owner falls to fix code violation discovered during inspection within time frame. After a hearing of the violations, the property units might be ordered into REAP. When a property is in REAP, tenants are given the option of paying their monthly rent into an escrow account to the city. This tool is important to residents because it will help to create landlord accountability and bring the current housing stock to code in terms of health and safety. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Carolyn Torres, followed by Teresa Dong.
Hello, my name is Carolyn Torres. I'm part of Chicanos Unidos and live in Santa Ana near Rate in McFadden. I am an educator who is heavily involved in developing options for youth while advocating for community safety. I am a supporter of Sacred, who has done much to outreach to the community regarding the 5-year strategic plan. This outreach should have been done by the city. Nonetheless, after much community input and numerous meetings with city officials, Sacred has identified 4 areas that the draft has neglected, even though these areas should be at the center of any city's plan. Sacred has asked for youth internship programs, a restorative justice program, the termination of the contract allowing ICE to use the city jail, an economic development strategy that includes goals for the creation of good jobs. Yet none of these are included in the draft. The connection between youth and safety resonates with me the most. The city should outline how they will work with Santa Ana Unified School District. The district should not be treated as separate from the city. The schools are where youth spend most of their time, and so the city should invest resources into building collaborative programs and policies that address the needs of youth. If it is possible for schools to have their own police department, then it's possible for the city to create restorative justice programs in partnership with the school district. The city can be instrumental in making sure that students are not streamlined into the juvenile and criminal justice systems. While we appreciate the inclusion of the term restorative justice in the community safety goals, this is more than just a term to be added. We want real substantive change. In the plan's community safety section, Goal 1 strategy, a strategy G should be added to specify the city's role as a leader and developer of a collaborative restorative justice program in certain areas of the city, including restorative justice strategies used by other cities. Take action to define restorative justice as a priority in the plan. So there should be a plan for job placement, trainings, skills instead of suspension. There should be affordable city-sponsored sports programs instead of expulsion and referral to probation. There should be community-based programs in dense neighborhoods that have long-term strategic goals and are supported by the city and can serve as an alternative to detention. The plan should also include safety from police abuse and lifelong gang labeling. Again, the city is not separate from the police, and so it is the city's responsibility to make sure police are honest and not abusing their city-given authority. The best way to prevent police abuse and increase community safety is to put into place restorative justice practices where those who commit crimes are given opportunities for rehabilitation so that the cycle of violence does not continue. Again, this must include job opportunity, training, the ability to speak out without fear of retaliation by police, both in neighborhoods and in schools. We need a plan for job programs, youth development for the city to stop seeing detention, incarceration, and deportation as the same as intervention and prevention. We need to keep our youth in neighborhoods, not in cells. which means there needs to be opportunities in the neighborhoods that do not require increased policing in order for the community to heal. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa Dong, followed by Ramon Hernandez. And then after that, two speakers later, I'm going to need a Spanish translation for Marco Antonio. So if one can come down, please, soon. Please go ahead.
Hi, good evening to the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and all of the council members. My name is Teresa Dang. I work, play, and organize in this beautiful city. I'm here tonight in support of Sacred Residents and join their call for the city to include youth, safety, and equitable growth in the strategic plan. I'd like to speak to you specifically about safety. Safety doesn't mean just that the police are responding to crimes. Real safety means the prevention of crime and danger through investing in our community's future and creating an environment of trust. The city's contract with ICE that allows ICE to use the city jail is contradictory to the city's values and must be stopped as soon as it is economically feasible for you to do so. Santa Ana is a community of immigrants. Allowing the jail to be used by ICE is morally wrong and fosters an environment of distrust with the city and law enforcement. In the community section, Goal 4, a strategy must be added, stating that this contract will be terminated as soon as you are able to do so. I also wonder if this is the same city council that recently decided it wants to pass a resolution against the deportation of law-abiding immigrant and working families. How can you say you oppose deportations, yet lease our public property to the very institution that deports the same people you would like to protect? I understand that the jail deficit is a complex problem and that the ICE contract is only one piece of it. Last summer, you asked for the city manager's office to study this deficit, and the past city manager, O'Rourke, promised to produce a profitability report by the end of August 2013. Is this report available yet? This would be an important and transparent first step to understand the scope of the problem. You have a valuable opportunity here to get out front and to take a morally righteous and fiscally responsible decision regarding the jail. Please do not let this pass.
Thank you, Ramon Hernandez, followed by Marco Antonio Ceferino.
All right. How's that? That's good.
Good.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and the whole City Council. My name is Ramon Hernandez. I am representing the Pico Lowell community, newly formed. We just formed a committee, so I am president. And one of my neighbors asked me to lend my voice to Sacred. I don't know entirely what they stand for, but what they wanted me to read in support of them, which I do support this one issue. What they want to know is, where are the policies for our youth? The strategic plan should include a city internship program that provides our youth with real meaningful work experience, not just one-time field trips or activities, and prepares them to contribute to their community as adults. The strategic plan should include specific language for the establishment of a youth internship program within the city government under the youth section. Goal 4, Strategy B, and additional Strategy C should be added to establish future coordination and sustainability of this program. The contents of this strategic plan determine both our future and yours. It's time for you to listen to the community and make real change for Santa Ana. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now Marco Antonio, followed by Carlos Perea, I believe. Marco Antonio?
I'm going to try to speak in English. Thank you.
Okay.
And apologize because I'm an English second language student. So
go ahead. Please go ahead.
When I see all of you in this place, before I listen to people say, you are a son of evil, demons, something like that. But I come for the Christian church, so I don't care, because I have to pray for any of you, because you have to take the best decision for these people, for this city. because when you pass away, God asks, maybe Michelle, I put in your hands more than 300,000 people in your hands, and any of you, and what you do with these people, with your decisions. And I know you are a really good people, but everybody and me are humans, and sometimes we take bad decisions. And when I ask the Lord, I say, you know, you have to give me something, and I read the strategic plan, and I say, okay, I'm a part of Secret, and I'm a volunteer in Latino Health Access for a long time, and all the time I listen to people. I have problems, I have things, and today I know you have the decision to make good things for this city, because you know you are our governors, and you have the decision to make for the youngs, for the old people. And actually, I'm homeless for 1 year, so I'm your neighbor. And you know, you have the decision. I pray for the YMCA building too, and I don't have to tell you anything. So God bless you, and make a good decision for this city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco Antonio. Thank you for your comments. Carlos, followed by Alan Coetzaquilan, and then Marilyn Montano.
Good evening, City Council members, Mayor Pulido. My name is Carlos Perea. I'm part of Raiz, an immigrant youth organization here in Santana that is currently leading the Keep Our Families Together campaign to protect the human rights of our immigrant community here in Santana. Today we're joining Secret in their cause to have a strategic plan that truly represents our community. And we have asked for a youth internship program, a restorative justice program, and the cancellation of the ICE contract that the city currently has with ICE to use it to support our immigrant communities. We need real safety strategies, and safety doesn't mean just policing our communities or giving more money to the police department. Safety means that our residents feel welcome, and our residents feel that they are part of this community. And the contract that the city has with ICE is not reflecting that welcoming city of Santana to our immigrant community. Our specific demand is that in the community safety section, Goal 4, Strategy B must be added, stated that this contract will be terminating as soon as it's economical feasible. And I think it has been over a year already since we brought up the issue to you all. You all have said that you were going to look into it and find the better ways on how to address the issue of the economic problems that the city y'all is facing, and the reason why you all have a contract with ICE. But it has been over a year, and we haven't seen a clear direction on how you're going to terminate this contract. And we understand the complications of the contracts with the unions and with the jail, but I think it's something that cannot wait anymore. Our communities really need to trust the city, and it's not happening. So hope to have a follow-up conversation to see how can we terminate this contract.
Thank you very much, Carlos. Now Alan, followed by Marilyn Montano, followed by Genovi Garcia.
Good evening. My name is Alan Quetzatitla, and I'm part of Raiz, QFT, Keep Our Families Together, Manter Nuestras Familias Unidas. I'm here addressing the ICE contract. We want an end to the ICE contract between the City of Santana and ICE. The way I've seen the Santa Ana Police Department function hasn't been very friendly towards my family, towards especially my dad. My dad is a naturalized citizen. He was an immigrant and came in the 80s. He became a naturalized citizen. I've seen him harassed constantly by the Santa Ana Police Department. So it goes along with Santa Ana isn't friendly and doesn't welcome its immigrant community. My dad is a business owner. And he became a naturalized citizen. He still, on several occasions, he has been harassed by the Santa Ana Police Department. On one occasion, I was there, where my dad was pulled over by police, and he was asked, "Can you hand me your ID?" My dad hands the police over ID. He says, "Okay." He says, "Your windows are too tinted," and he walks away. The windows are exactly how he bought it from the manufacturer. So what was the intention behind the police department pulling him over? He was attempting to take his car away. He was carrying on what Santa Ana Police Department knows how to carry on. So what we want to address is that there is definitely, the police department has been attacking the immigrant community very viciously, and we're here to address that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Marilyn, followed by Genovi Garcia, followed by Madeline Spencer.
Hi, my name is Marilyn Montaño, and I'm here also part of Raíz and KOFT, Keeping Our Families Together, Manteniendo Nuestras Familias Unidas. I am a daughter of immigrant parents, and I too have seen that kind of situations around our families. And for us, we had to move from different locations just because the Polimigra has knocked on our doors and looking for someone else, and and because of that, that causes fear in our families and our neighbors. And when we talk about public safety, who do we public safety for? Who? For you? Because you can be here, you're here, and you all have naturalized citizenship, whatever, all that stuff, and our parents don't. And I see my dad pray his rosemary every morning, praying that he doesn't get stopped, praying that he sees us tomorrow and today. What kind of fear that I don't know, it's not just fear for him, but fear for my brothers and for my mom. I don't know if you all understand that. You all come from immigrant families. You can't wash that off. So I'm here today addressing that you end that the collaboration between ICE and the police. Because I think it's enough. We've been here over a year asking you all to stop. And we will not stop until you guys all stop. So, I don't know how much you all want, but we're going to continue being here until you all stop, because this is not just my family, these are many of our families. We all come from immigrant families. And like I said, we can't wash that off. Thank you.
Thank you, Giovanni Garcia, followed by Madeline Spencer.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council.
Why don't you bring the mic up a little bit? There you go.
My name is Giovanni Garcia. I am a son of Santa Ana. I was born and raised here. I'm here on behalf of Keeping Families Together. Our community has been afraid of the jail contract ICE has with the city of Santa Ana and the sharing of information. As a resident, this has been a pressing issue that we must address. It's not only costing the city money, it has created stress. Stress on Santa Ana's future, your sons, your daughters, and your businesses. As a resident of this great city, I would like an environment where people aren't afraid. I would like an environment where people aren't afraid of the city they entrusted to protect them. Thank you.
Thank you, Madeline. Followed by Zeke Hernandez, followed by Maria Rosa Lopez.
Good evening, Council, City Manager, Mayor Polito. The only thing that I'm here to do is to remind you, just because a lot of times when Sacred comes up here, you see a few people. Well, we were hoping that in the beginning of this whole process of strategic planning, there would be outreach to our whole community. And in that time, we have been outreaching to the whole community, and sometimes maybe you think it's just a few of us, but the people that are here tonight, and we have added outreach that has happened. The Bristol Street merchants who you saw get up here are now they have now become a part of this coalition. The Santa Ana Business Council has now become a part of this coalition. We have the Boys and Men of Color. We have the UFCW, Madison Park Neighborhood Association, the Children's Health Initiative, the Delhi Center, Chicanos Unidos, Santa Ana Community Arts Coalition, the Center for OC, Orange County Coalition of Community Health Centers, the Grain Project, America on Track, the United Artists of Santa Ana, the OC Bar Federation, Orange County Labor Federation, Accord, the Kennedy Commission, OCO, Latino Health Access. Each of these groups, and there are more, people like Latino Health Access, they serve 26,000 people in this community. We have KidWorks. We have El Centro Cultural de Mexico. We have CLU. We have Santa Ana Building Healthy Communities. We have the Cambodian Family. We have Calacas. We have Pico Lowell Neighborhood Association. We have Gail McLean. We have Mr. John Palacios from Santa Ana Unified School District. We have a meeting with the superintendent of schools coming up. We also have Occupy Santa Ana, Raiz, and we have gotten 800 vision cards from this community telling what they wanted to see done during the strategic planning session. We have 448 postcards of community support. This is a lot of people in this community. When they asked for those priorities, that's who's up here, not just a few people from Sacred that come up and speak regularly. Thank you.
Thank you. Zeke Hernandez, followed Maria Rosa Lopez, followed by Diana Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. By the way, Madeline, you can add Santa Ana LULAC onto that list. I'll bring it before the membership, but I speak as one of the co-founders of Sacred, and I'm here to speak on a couple of other matters. I do have to say that I was very, very taken aback by the presentations that you've just that were just made, and I would say pay particular attention to the building of Santa Ana, or the rebirth or the birth of Santa Ana and its residents. On February 12th, my name is Zeke Hernandez. I'm president of Santa Ana LULAC. I speak to you today on a couple of matters. One is I had emailed to you and to the city staff an email alerting to a meeting in Los Angeles on February 12th of the California Parks Forward Initiative. In the commission held a meeting in LA. At this forum, over 30 community groups and others spoke to the commission, giving their input on the needs of the public in relating to state parks. We all know that open space is an issue here in Santa Ana, and but this meeting, as well as another meeting that's going to be scheduled later on March 10th, is to work on taking state parks and redoing it to make it more accessible to urban cities. And if you look at, in the city of Whittier, they have the Pio Pico, the Governor Pio Pico House. That is a facility, if you will, that comes under the state parks. Within the next year or so, there will be an effort to get the state parks to reevaluate how they look at state parks, and this might be very helpful for the Sexlinger property, because you have there some acreage, and you have a building there that was very important in the history of Orange County and Santa Ana, in terms of the pioneers that were here, and in terms of life as it was in the agricultural Orange County. Just as you have Pio Pico I
Z.
think that light went on earlier.
Yeah.
I think, just real quick. Thank you. Okay. Peter Katz provided you some information. I sent you an email asking for your support in a resolution for the California Veterans Cemetery. I'm the co-chair of that group, and I would like you to take a look at that email again, requesting you said you would bring it forth, but we are requesting that resolution. You have before you a sample resolution as well as the letter on behalf of the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maria Rosa, welcome, and then Tiana Lopez, followed by Sergio Trujillo. Please, go ahead.
Hi, Honorable Mayor Pulido, Mayor Pro Tem Saltinajero, and City Council members. My name is Maria Rosa Lopez, and I'm speaking on behalf of Urane Food and Commercial Workers Union. I'm here to speak in favor of the Council resolution that calls on President Obama to curb all deportations of persons who could be eligible for legal status under a new immigration reform. I believe that it would be appropriate that legal status similar that was granted to the Dreamers be also granted to the parents of extended family. No other president has deported so many people in such a brief period of time as President Obama. Passage of comprehensive immigration reform this year is obviously not going to happen. Continued deportation of individuals who have not committed any crime, any criminal offense, only separate families, pulls children out of schools, divides brothers and sisters on both sides of the border, and creates a general sense of fears in our community. Please bring the resolution to the agenda for approval, allow the public to review it before you put it for a vote, and allow our comments for a consideration. I'm just a messenger of the 11 million of undocumented people who live in this country that wake up every morning thinking, I'm going to be deported today. I think you, please, you have the opportunity to make a change. Put this in the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiana Lopez, followed by Sergio Trujillo.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Pulido, City Council members. My name is Tiana Lopez.
Tiana, if you can, yes, thank
And
you.
I'm here in representation of the constituents and members of Hermandad Mexicana Humanitarian Foundation. I speak today to request that the City Council consider for approval the Council resolution proposed 1 month ago to ask President Obama to stop all deportations and grant deferred action status to all undocumented. If Congress wasn't compelled to pass immigration reform, we are asking that by city to city, the city councils approve a resolution to ask Obama to stop all deportations. And if we can do this city by city, then we can stop deportations through executive order asking Obama to do it. At least 2 million undocumented individuals have been removed even though they have not committed any crime, which means that they were detained either for not having a license, for being pulled over, for not having identification. And what does this imply to our community? This implies that those children of those parents that were deported could end up in foster care, or they would have to go back to Mexico because they have to go back with their parents and go back to a place where they weren't raised or born. For the first time in modern history, we are witnessing a situation of hundreds of thousands of American citizens removed from their country of origin and returned to Mexico and other countries foreign to them due to the deportation of their parents. This is causing great economic displacement and mental anguish for both the families that remain and those removed. Time is of the essence. Please move the resolution by your next meeting to adopt the resolution for Protect Our Families. Also, we're requesting that the city of Santa Ana stop the contract that they have with ICE. There's no need for that contract. If you're undocumented or you're a resident and you commit a felony, you're going to be detained by the federal government anyways. Our city does not need to be involved with that. We ask that members here that we have worked for to get you here in the city council and walk precincts. We ask that now it's your time to represent us and our families and stop separating our families and end the ICE contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Sergio Trujillo, please.
Good evening, council members. My name is Sergio Trujillo. I'm a representative from Hermandad Mexicana, and I'm here to emphasize the importance to bring the letter to stop the deportations. Ask President Obama to see the importance of our community here in this country, what we have done through our history here in this country, and we can accomplish in the future. And in years to come, we're going to look back to this time and think, how can we have not done more when we had the chance? We have seen this in different times in our history, and now it's here in this city, one of the biggest cities in Orange County, with the biggest Hispanic population, and this resolution needs to be put on the table, it needs to be voted, and show the government the importance to not just stop the deportations, but also bring an opportunity to legalize all of our family members. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call on Mayor Pro Tem Tinajero at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate giving me this opportunity. First and foremost, I believe that this council is very much motivated to bring that resolution up. Senora Maria Rosa, who came up and spoke, who's been a very diligent worker for the rights of undocumented individuals in our community and other communities as well. So I would like to see if we could put that up at the next meeting and have a draft ready for us to go. So I appreciate your time, and I appreciate the effort that was brought here today. I was a little bit put back by some of the comments that were made today. You know, it's interesting because I think we're all part of a team here. You know, we on this council have fought tooth and nail to battle racism that has come our way and that comes against our kids from the moment when we came in 2006 and there wasn't translation equipment for our Spanish-speaking community to be able to listen to the meeting. We have that, and that was our first step in moving forward. But if you look at what this council has done, there has been no other council in the history of Santa Ana that has increased the number of affordable housing units in the city since 2006. We believe in dignified housing. Councilmember Benavides has spoken about it many times. Other members of this council have spoken about affordable housing. We have the will and we have the determination to continue moving in that direction. To see speakers come up to say that we are not doing enough for dignified housing really hurts, because we have gone through a lot. And if you remember Councilmember Martinez, I think it was in 2007 or 2008, some of the members that were out there accusing us of not creating affordable housing were against us when we were trying to vote for the affordable housing. I mean, that's how difficult it has been when sometimes even your own people turn against you to create dignified housing. It just doesn't make sense to me. I look at what this council has done. You know that this council, they used to impound our cars of undocumented families. We stopped that. We supported the driver's license bill. We had a resolution to support the driver's license bill. We are creating an ordinance to stop deportation. We, for the first time in the history of this city, the people from Sacred were able to stand at that microphone and talk about language for the Sunshine Ordinance. Unprecedented, unheard of. And that's what we did here. And then we are told that we are not listening to our community. That is like a dagger in the heart for individuals who have been working here. It's, what are you telling the rest of the community after so many years that we have been working together to continue to be a progressive community, to engage our community, to bring our community in, and then to hear people say, make those types of comments was really, really tough for me to swallow, because it's not true. The reason I know it's not true is because if that was the case, you would never have the Sunshine Ordinance. And you know what's even more telling is that we finally have a strategic plan. We had a meeting on Saturday where I spoke to the community and I said, look, the apple is small. Everyone's going to have to take a small little bite. We can't do it all today. But you know, we have a strategic plan. As years go by, the apple will get bigger. We'll be able to take bigger bites. Some of the things that are important to you are important to us, but we know that we can't do it all at one time. It's got to be step by step, just like it was a step in the right direction when we stopped the impounding of undocumented residents' cars, just like it was the right step to create the affordable housing units, just like it was the right step to stop to create to support the undocumented licenses so that our residents could have licenses. These are all things that we're moving in a direction. And I heard a speaker come up here and say, you know, the school district and the city should not be two different entities because you serve the same community. I agree with you, but the reality is they are two completely different entities with their own budgets, their own set of rules, their own meetings. What I would encourage is for people from Sacred and members that came up here to speak to get involved in the school district, to change the direction that the school district is heading in, which has been a direction that is contrary to the items that we have been working with you so closely. So I'm just saying, I think that there's a time where you need some tender love and care, and you need to give credit when credit is due, and it's okay to demonstrate your wishes, but not in a way where you are making it seem that this council does not have a heart to continue to move forward. And you know what? The ICE contract is something that we're looking at, and we'll continue to look at it. But in the meantime, that's not going to stop us from continuing to move forward and protect our residents. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Vince Sarmiento, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to address a couple of points, and I think my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem, said it very well. He articulated everything. I think that was on my mind, because sometimes you sit up here and you wonder, watch out for your enemies, but sometimes you got to watch out for your friends. What we see as issues that we have in common, that this council has, I think, been trend-setting here in the county. Unfortunately, you just can't do enough sometimes. But I will take responsibility for that ordinance that the two last speakers came and spoke about. I wanted to make sure that the wording and the language is correct. If you saw what happened at Anaheim, it was proposed one meeting before ours. And I hope you all were witnesses to what the result was of that ordinance. That ordinance failed 4-1. And the reason why is because you had some folks on there that didn't want to support the intent and the spirit of the language in there. It was also not worded well, in my opinion. So I sat down with our city attorney and told her, look, we need to get the wording correct. So there is no dispute about whether or not the intent is a correct one, or whether we have the authority to impose our will. We are a local municipality. We have limited jurisdiction, but we can voice our opinions through resolution as well. But I guess what's concerning to me is that a lot of what we're doing here with respect to the strategic plan, with respect to the Sunshine Ordinance, with respect to many of the things that Councilmember Tinajero spoke about, was done because the community, we listened to the community effort. The community was engaged in that process, and we responded. And I think there are a few times, at least myself, like many of you, being raised in this city, I've never been asked to opine on anything. Things were always dictated to us. It was a much different city when we arrived here in the early 60s. It's much different now. But what we've tried to change is not just because we're demographically different, but the process on how people can involve themselves in civic government. And one of those is listening. And I think we've had an effort through the strategic plan, but just through city council meetings where we honestly and genuinely listen to what you're saying, and we try to incorporate that into our decision making. I don't think there's ever been a time that hasn't been the case. So it's very difficult to hear some friends come up and say, you're just not doing enough. Well, you know what we'd like you to do, and what I would like you to do as a resident of this city and county is go to some of our sister cities. Go work with them. Go see if they'll give you the time of day. Go see if they will work with you. Go see if they'll engage you. Go see if they'll think that your opinion matters. And as the council member here said, will they accommodate different languages, translation equipment, or just simple public comment? If you do that, see what they did in Anaheim. Go try that in one of our South County cities. I think it's important. Here, you have a receptive council, and I get it. I don't have to, I think right now, what's interesting is that we had an issue at the Water District, and we do have an issue where there's some companies that are polluting the aquifer. There's some contaminants that they've let out through their business. We approached Sacred to try to work with the Water District to bring that issue to light. What we realized is that Sacred was funded by the Irvine Company, and so they didn't want to address the issue. So that was an unfortunate turn of events, because what we thought that organization was doing was representing the rights of the residents here. And unfortunately, we realized that because of its funding source, they had some split opinions on what we should do. Those types of things we also sometimes should look at closer here, and I think my colleagues and I have that responsibility, and we should be looking at that. But I guess in the end, what we try to do is listen to the residents, make sure that their concerns are addressed. And again, as with my colleague, I do get a little confused and concerned that you're sometimes speaking to the choir. We support what you're saying. We have maybe different means of getting there, but I think our efforts should be better spent collaborating and working, because we agree on most things. It's sometimes the way we go about it that we differ on. So I hope that this will be a lesson to all of us. But on the immigration question and on the question of ICE, we have a congressional representative here in this area. We don't have the authority to compel anybody in Congress to change what our immigration policy is, and that policy towards undocumented. But talk to her. She's extremely receptive. She has an open door. We work with her on many, many things, and I know that she'd listen to you. But you're also at the wrong forum. This isn't the forum where we could dictate or change that policy. So sometimes I know that you do need an opportunity to be heard, and we welcome that. But there's very limited ability for us to be able to change what your frustration is, because for many of us, as somebody said it well, not all of us came here to this country legally. Not all of us came here as citizens. Many of us were naturalized. Many of us were undocumented, and then we changed our residency status. So we know exactly what you're talking about. There isn't anything foreign to us, I think, and maybe I speak for myself, but I think it goes to all of us. Many of us have experienced that personally, if not through one of our family members or friends. So it's a sensitive subject for all of us as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, Councilor Martinez.
And I will be quick because I know we have a full agenda ahead of us. What I've learned on my tenure on this council is that you get more with honey than you do with vinegar. And I'll tell you that I'm the first to applaud, Sacred and various organizations coming together to collaborate, to wanting to bring change to this community. But there's no other person on this council that has worked tirelessly to move the city where it's at today than this council here. And I'll tell you that when we are dealing with the strategic plan, sunshine ordinance, when I first got elected, I talked about all those things and I pushed, and there was times where I didn't even get a second to move these items forward. But I continued and I pushed, and finally, we got progress. And I commend my colleagues for moving us in this direction. But the community wasn't coming to us about implementing a sunshine ordinance or a strategic plan. These are things that came from the council that then I shared with the community, saying, come and support, come and talk to my colleagues, because this is the direction we need to go in. I have always been supportive of our community and have always been transparent and have always been open and sharing information, inside information here at City Hall with them so they can become educated about the process. That's one thing that I have always personally have wanted to share with the community, because the more information you have, the more power you have to make a difference in your community. And so I have always given Sacred the opportunity, any questions they have about City Hall or concerns or a process, I have always shared that, no matter with who, because I believe in transparency, I believe in openness. What I don't agree is that when folks come here, and I don't mind you coming here and criticizing us and scrutinizing us, I'll tell you what I don't like, is that when you come to attack our police department and indicating that they're attacking our undocumented community, because that's far from the truth. This council or this police department has always been supportive, because look at the percentage of Latinos that are in this community. Around the county, we get criticized that there's more undocumented people in Santa Ana than the rest of the county, and what's the problem with these elected officials? Let me tell you, we have to stand strong to those elected officials across Orange County and always supporting these families here in this city, because you can't do it in Costa Mesa. You certainly can't do it in Rancho Santa Margarita. But here in Santa Ana, we have always welcomed every nationality, no matter if you're Hispanic, no matter if you're African American or Hawaiian. We have welcomed anyone in this community. So when people come here and talk to us and saying that our police department does not support undocumented people and we're attacking them, that's a shame on you, because that's not a correct statement. We are going to address these issues. They have come before us. Our police department is aware. Our chief has been open and transparent in wanting to deal with this issue. Our city manager and our police chief actually just went to Washington, D.C. to address these concerns and issues. We can't inform the public about everything that's going on, but what I can tell you is that we're working hard every single day for you. Not only our staff, but this mayor and council. We are working every day very hard to progress, to move this city in the right direction, and we hope that our community will continue to be behind us and support us. And let me tell you, we're not always going to agree 100% on everything, but what I can tell you is that we're here to listen. And, one day you're not going to be with us, but there's always tomorrow, and we may be together on certain issues. So with that being said, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much for the comments. And I think at this point what we ought to do is let's just direct our attention back to consent calendar and other business that we have to do. I think city staff heard a lot of input. They're going to follow up on some of the things that came up, and let's just go from there. So with that, Council, I would direct your attention to the consent calendar and ask if there are any items that you wish to pull. If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilor Martinez.
25C and 25E.
25C and 25E. I would entertain a motion.
29A,
yes.
Mr. Mayor.
29 what?
A, as an apple.
Yes, Councilor Morena.
25D.
B as in boy?
D as in dog.
D as in dog. Got it. Is that it?
I don't have any to pull.
All right.
She pulled the one I was going to pull.
So we have a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Let's go. I believe it would be 25C as in Charlie. Councilor Martinez,
yes,
I believe.
Thanks, Mayor. The reason why I'm pulling this item came before us at the Finance, Economic Development, and Technology Committee meeting last Monday, and I just am wanting to see if our Finance Director, Francisco Gutierrez, can join us up here. And don't worry, Fran, I'm not going to beat you up on this item. This is just a very sensitive item, having to deal with, as we move forward with our information technology. A year ago, I addressed this issue and how we're wanting to be more effective and efficient in doing an assessment. We're finally here, and I want to thank, our executive director, for moving us in this direction and only doing a 6-month contract with our contractors so that we can evaluate and then come back before the council with this assessment in 6 months. And so I know the other members of this council are not a part of this committee, so if you could just briefly just mention this item really quickly, and what do we expect, and then what do we expect moving forward within 6 months?
Sure. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. The item before you actually extends the existing consulting contract for another 6 months, just like Councilmember Martinez has mentioned. Obviously, the consultants provide support for all the city networks, including financial system, business license, water utility, and almost 100 systems over in the police department. The intent with the extension of the 6-month contract is to actually develop a strategic IT plan that's actually addressed in the strategic plan. So we hope to develop a IT strategic plan over the next 6 months, and at the same time do an IT assessment. Both that combination, I think, would be able to provide the city the proper direction as we move forward in technology. As you guys well know, there's a lot of items within the strategic plan that deals with technology, and moving the city in the right direction and how to deal with those technology issues as they come up, and as the city evolves in technology with mobile devices, and how to make individuals more productive, as well as secure information within the city, is very paramount, I think, in terms of making sure that not only the city's moving forward, but is secure as well.
Thank you, and just wanting to make sure that in 6 months we will have this assessment so we can review this report and then move forward with potentially the second amount of the contract.
Sure.
Great, thank you. I'll move this item.
I got a quick follow-up question.
Go ahead.
I was going to pull this as well. I had a few questions, and still relatively a year. But the contract that we had prior to this, was it a year contract?
No, we've actually been with most of these firms. I mean, the original RFP that was issued was back in 2007.
2007.
Right. Every year, we've actually renewed the existing contracts. You know, it covers approximately 15 consultants that we currently have.
Okay.
You know, 4 firms that are identified within the request for council action.
Do you know what the original amount was in that original contract?
I'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay. So we're looking at 1.7 for the next 6 months.
Yes.
Now, and I'm all in favor of updating with technology. I think it behooves us to do so to get ahead of the curve. And you'd mentioned that within the next 6 months, they're going to be putting together a strategic plan specifically for IT.
Yes.
I guess my question is, what have they been doing prior to this?
Well, we actually had back in 98 was the last time a strategic plan was developed for the city. I think it was about 1998. And we've kind of been moving with that, and obviously it's outdated. So for the most part, I think in general, we've been almost reacting to what's been occurring in the environment. So, but really to move, I think, concretely in a specific direction, we need to develop a new strategic plan.
Absolutely. So you said 98 was the last IT plan that they were talking to.
Yeah.
This particular contract came in 2007, you said, roughly?
Yes.
And then those particular years, consultants didn't make recommendations as far as the need to update?
Well, actually the direction, and we provide direction to the consultants, so the direction actually would come from us to them. So, I mean, unless we provided them, for example, you know, we've done a lot of upgrades in terms of our systems, so we have utilized technology in various, I guess, capacities as technology has evolved. So we've done it in that form, but I think what we need now is a more, you know, comprehensive direction.
In that particular process, was there evaluations, benchmarks as we were going through?
I don't believe that we established benchmarks per se.
Okay,
So, I mean, obviously that needs to be established.
True. And that's something that we'll be looking at as we move forward.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Are there more questions on this item? If not, I have a motion and a second, I believe. So with that, do I have a motion?
Yeah.
I thought we did.
Yes. Second.
All right. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next item, I believe, was that 25D as in David.
Correct. You know, on this item, it says that they're looking for this extension of an additional $25,000 due to not filling a vacancy. Is that correct?
Thank you, Councilman Ray, and members of the City Council. There was an individual that did this job, did it very well, that was promoted to the Parks Department as a management analyst. And this matter was brought to my attention. They were going to have this person do the contract one time for $25,000 to maintain compliance with community development block grants. However, I thought it would be in the best interest of the city, rather than bringing somebody on from the outside to use an existing employee. We have identified that person. They will transfer to this job. And the reason for that is many sources of the funding are going to go away in a year. The enterprise funding, funding for some of the other programs. So we need to have this position for one more extension while this other person gets trained. And that's why the purpose of this allocation is.
So as far as filling that position for internally, is there a timeline when that we're looking to fill?
Yes, we have identified a person. I believe they work over at the transit station that has experience in this area, and we're going to bring them over to CDA. And it'll happen in the near future.
Next 3 months, 6 months?
Within the time frame of this extension, the next month or two.
Okay, thank you.
With that, would you like to move the item? Is there a second? Second by Mesqua. Those in favor, please
Aye.
say aye. 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 Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. I believe the next item, would that be 25E.
Yes, Mayor, this is another agreement, a development project and program management services for the Community Development Agency. And the recommendation act authorization is to authorize the city manager to execute an amendment to Kaiser Martian and Associates. I did read the contract for not to exceed $95,000, so we're adding $25,000 more. I'm just wanting to get some clarification. Why do we need to continue our services with them? I know they were dealing with the YMCA and the 3rd and Broadway, but I thought we were finalizing that and moving in a different direction, so I'm not sure why we need their services.
This project is not completely finished. This was an extension for the YMCA. And one of the things that I've talked to the city attorney about is that in that development agreement that would occur, we would actually seek to get the money back through what would you call that, Sonia? A reimbursement agreement. So the goal would be to recover the cost. But we do have a project manager, I think her name is Muriel, that's doing that project.
Okay, I'm just, I just thought that we were going to finalize this, that we were going through the process. There was a panel, so I just thought, based on our last conversation at our development committee meeting, we were told that the next steps and this is over a month ago, that there was a committee composed of various people within our city and other folks to look at the YMCA and the RFPQs, whatever you want to call them. And so here we are a month and a half later, and so I'm just kind of, at what point in time, are we going to end this and move on and make the selection process? And I certainly understand this department, is going through an organizational change, and we may need the support and help. But I just want to reiterate before I support something like this that moving forward, we need to get some full-time staff to deal with these issues because it just worries me that we continue to get into these contracts, extending $25,000 here, doing it again, not to exceed $95,000. At what point in time do we stop?
It's a very excellent point, Councilwoman Martinez, member of the council. We don't have an executive director, so we have substantial salary savings. The management analysts and other positions are vacant. The recommendation is forthcoming for the YMCA, and this particular person, to maintain continuity for this project, will actually be the one working on the development agreement. So we do think that in this particular case, it warrants an extension.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. I believe now it's item 29A.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll go ahead and take that matter.
Please.
I called it. This is on the Grand Avenue widening project and the acquisition that was involved there. And I want to say a lot of these widening projects don't always have a happy ending, or sometimes the process is a tough one. But on this one in particular, I want to thank our staff for working so hard with during that acquisition and working with some of the business owners on that corridor. I know one in particular that was impacted was one that was dear to many hearts, which was the La Grande Bakery. And so it had been there since 1958. It's a place where many people not only got their pan dulce, but their tamales and their masa for Christmas. And it was right across from the Guadalupe Church there on Grand Avenue. So it was an institution for many of us who grew up in the area, and I grew up right around the corner and still live around the corner. And so when it was gone, a lot of people didn't know where to get their tamales. So we went without that for this past season. I want to thank the staff for doing a lot of good work on with that company to see about them coming back to the city. So there is now a concerted effort to see how they can come and relocate very close to where their site was, and we hope that the Gallegos family will come back and do that. It looks promising. I know I mentioned it at the neighborhood meeting at Saddleback View, which is the adjacent neighborhood there. They were all very excited with the news, so we hope that that works out. I just wanted to give that quick update. But I also wanted to thank my colleagues and all of them for supporting this effort, because I know they were very supportive of the site, not only being acquired, but also coming back to the city, because it is something very important for us. But in particular, Mayor Pro Tem Tinajero and Councilwoman Martinez made the first contact with the Gallegos family so we could sit down and we could speak, and we kind of all took the ball from there, and I think it was a great thing. I also want to give a shout out to Judge Rick Aguirre, who stopped me and said, hey, the Gallegos family lives right down the street from me, so make sure you treat them well. So that was helpful, and what we did is we just got a lot of the attorneys out of the room and we sat down and spoke like regular folks. And sometimes, being an attorney as well, look, having them in the room sometimes is not always a good thing, but we need them eventually, and we need to get them for the details, but sometimes for the conceptuals and just for the raw agreements, it's important to have just folks talking about what makes sense and practical things. So hopefully all our acquisitions go this route, where there's communication, where there's dialogue, where there's practicalities that prevail. And with that, I will gladly move this item.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, you select the second. So with that, is there any further comment? If not, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries unanimously. With that, I would direct our attention to item 55A and entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Item 55B, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'll be abstaining from that. I have a economic interest on that matter, so I will be conflicting myself.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a substitute motion from the agenda.
Substitute to 55B. Go ahead.
So this takes place in my ward, and it's something that we've been talking about for a while.
But wait a minute. They're recommending just a continuance,
that we
right?
send it to a work study session.
Okay.
And that's part of my concern, is that we've had this at a work study session. Recommendations were given, and I didn't necessarily see anything out of that. So I'd like to make a substitute motion that we direct staff to work with the local businesses to see if we can find a way to keep them there, and I want to be part of that particular meeting as well.
I would second that motion. I think if we have another study session, we've had one already, and if it's Council Member Reyna's ward, if he wants to handle it in that way, I would.
I would like to make a friendly amendment.
A friendly amendment. Go ahead.
And before I make my friendly amendment, I do want to make comment. And let me tell you, I've been patient up here. But this issue, today's been a very frustrating day for me. I've been up since 3 o'clock this morning. I heard my aunt passed away at 56 of cancer, and I was not there. I've had a long day, and I'm still here because I'm committed. But, this issue here, and I met with the Bristol folks earlier before our closed session meeting, and I want to commend Councilman Reyna for making this amendment to this issue, because we had a study session. And prior to that study session, I recommended to our city manager and our staff to do this study session. Then we are told that this study session is only informational. Fine, we can't set any direction. I'm okay with that. We on this dais, we recommend to our staff to go back and work and communicate with the Bristol merchants of how we can figure out and how we can keep them. Various meetings have occurred, and I thank our staff for having those meetings. But at the end of the day, we haven't got anywhere. This council was very specific during the study session of what we wanted our staff to do. And we go back and we tell, and I don't know who's telling the truth or who's not, but we go, we're being told that our staff is telling this association that the city council did not set any direction. We made various recommendations, and we spoke directly with our city manager and other staff members about what we wanted to see. And so here we are. A month or so ago, this item came before us to do an addendum for the sound wall, and other issues were involved in this process as well. We pull the item. We're then told that it's going to come back just solely the addendum for the sound wall. Nothing comes to us. And then today, we have this on our agenda, and I'm sorry that I'm frustrated because I feel like I'm not being listened to, and neither are my colleagues, and the business community feels like they're being ignored. We're not ignoring them. We want to set direction. We want action. We want to resolve this as much as possible, but we're not getting there if we don't set good direction. So by doing another study session is not going to get us there, because it is only informational, as we were told by our city attorney that we couldn't give any direction at a study session. So why would we have a study session? So what I am asking here today, the issue is a policy issue today. This is what this is about. And I'm going to recommend, my friendly amendment is to direct our city attorney to do a full analysis. And I know our staff has asked her to do a sequel analysis, but I am asking to do a full analysis regarding policy, regarding a full and partial take. This is a policy decision on this council we need to make if we want to decide to do a partial take versus a full take. And what does that mean? I want our city attorney to work with our staff to bring us options and then to vote on that. Because at the end of the day, this is what this is about. And, you know, I don't want to have another study session. I know what's going on Bristol. You know, it's clear cut to us. This is all about policy. The city council needs to direct us. We need to direct our staff. And then you go out there and facilitate and implement our policy. So that is my friendly amendment. Councilman Reyna is to direct our city attorney to bring policy to us and provide us options.
I will accept that friendly amendment. Yes.
I don't have an amendment, but I just wanted to...
Go ahead.
One of the items that I would like to see is they have a plan. I'd like to see what is strong and what's weak about that plan.
All right, and before we vote on this, I just want to add that I kind of thought we gave direction last time when we had the study session.
They told us that there was no direction.
Well, but we made a lot of comments, so maybe later we just need to communicate better amongst ourselves, because that was my impression, that we said try to figure it out, come back with some options, and so that's part of what we're saying. Now, if folks want to do more meetings in the interim, I know that the merchants are out there. I know that staff's out there, and it may require that. But that was my impression. So with that, are we ready to vote?
Yeah, I do want to just add one additional thing and put a timeline to it. I'm not sure what would be reasonable. 2 weeks, a month. Yeah, I mean, I'm just throwing numbers out there. I'm just saying that we should put a timeline to this, and whatever that looks like. 30
Thank
days.
you. Mayor, member of the City Council, we do appreciate those comments. I was under the understanding that during a work study session that the council could not give direction by law. So we couldn't take any direction. We could take input. I think in good earnest, we listened to the comments. We went out and met with the Bristol Coalition probably 7-8 times. And we will come back based on the action today with a recommendation by staff with the options you request and with the impacts. Be more than happy to include as many council members as possible. We're trying to make this work, just like we did with the Grande Bakery. I can assure you, we value the businesses. There are lots of policy issues that we are bound by prior actions, but I would say that we could come back in a month from today and answer your questions and get.
All right. So why don't you add 30 days to your motion?
That would work.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, he's adding 30 days to his motion. So with that, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
Mayor, I'd just like to make one comment,
yes.
just for clarification, just so that everyone understands. Our work study sessions, as I've understood, have traditionally been an opportunity for some dialogue and talk, and staff will listen to the council and maybe put that into play. But I do want to clarify that the reason in our last study session that we didn't take action is the Brown Act does require us on our agendas within about 20 words or so to fully describe to the public the kind of actions you would take. So what I was trying to describe to you is that you couldn't that night make ultimate decisions or take actions unless we had described them in our agenda and had either put them in a staff report of some type. So I just want to be clear on that work study sessions, so long as we identify actions, we can do that. But typically those times have been for us to just kind of have a dialogue and get some feedback from you, kind of informal direction, I guess is what I would call it. So I want to make sure you understood that.
And I think we do, but also traditionally in the past, that informal direction has resulted in something that comes back where we can agendize what comes back and then take a final action. And maybe that's where we had a little bit of a misconnect, because informal direction, we understand we're not taking a vote on something, but I think we all expressed input on that. So enough said. We are where we are today. Let's just figure this out. And so with that, let's go on to the next item, which, Madam Clerk, if I'm not mistaken, it's item 75A. And this is the time and place where I would like to call to order a public hearing to consider the final environmental impact report number 2011-1, variance number 2014-04, investing tract map number 2012-02, to allow a 23-unit single-family development at 1584 East Santa Clara Avenue, also referred to as the Successor Farmhouse and Orchard. The applicants are the Concordia University and Lutheran High School of Orange County. What I'm going to do right now is ask Madam Clerk, do we have any written communications?
No, we have not received any additional communication.
Okay, this is going to be a lengthy hearing, I believe, because we have a lot of folks that wish to address us. And what I'm going to do first, before I invite the public to come forward, is have us receive a briefing from our Planning and Building Interim Executive Director, Karen Haluza. Karen, if you could come forward at this time, please.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the Council. For the most part, the land use decisions that come before the City Council are non-controversial, oftentimes even routine. However, there are times when requests to develop property resonate very deeply with the community. And in the case of the request to subdivide and divide the Successor Farmhouse and Orchard, which has been an orchard and farmhouse for over 100 years, there is a lot of community interest in this and very deep feelings about this subject. In these cases, our goal as staff is to ensure that the members of the public have a meaningful opportunity to participate, that we are able to thoroughly analyze the project in order to provide all of you with the information you need to make an informed decision, and to ensure that all pertinent laws and rules of due process are upheld. And in all cases, and especially this one, that's exactly what we've endeavored to do. And with that, I'd like to provide to you some background on this project, as well as the analysis that's been performed and the staff recommendation. In order to orient you as to the location of the project, it is on Santa Clara, with Lion Street just to the north of it there. It's an approximately 5-acre site. Hey, did you go to the parent, on the site today are approximately 250 Valencia orange trees and a farmhouse that was constructed in 1914. It was the family home of the Successor family and was occupied up until 2006 by the original owner's remaining daughter, Martha Successor. When the property was annexed into the city in 1979, it was at that time zoned for residential development and given a general plan land use designation of low-density residential. This application does not require or request a zone change or general plan amendment due to that fact. And upon her passing, Martha Successor willed the property to Orange Lutheran High School and Concordia University as joint owners, and we generally refer to them as the schools or the property owners. The owners at that time have pursued the sale and development of the property in order to fund ongoing efforts at their schools. And in 2007, they began working with a merchant builder who submitted the first application to develop this property. There was a downturn in the economy, as you recall. That application was withdrawn. A new application was submitted in 2010, and the project that you have before you tonight is the result of the completion of the processing of that application. During the process to analyze and process this application, there was an environmental impact report that was prepared, as well as community outreach. And through that process, there was the identification of this property as being a significant historical resource. In acknowledgement of that distinction, the City Council placed this property on the Register of Historic Places in June of 2012. By doing that, it provided some additional protections on the property that said that were the property owner to request demolition of any of the property, that it would automatically begin a minimum 240-day hold, which would allow for the opportunity for the city or members of the community to identify ways to preserve the property. And in this case, that would have primarily meant purchasing the property from the property owners in order to do something other than what they had wished to do with the property. Although there was great public interest in preserving the property and continues to be so today, there was no funding source at that time that was readily available. There were grants identified and so forth, but nothing that was immediately available. Even so, past that time, the city continued to work with the property owners and the preservation advocates to find some kind of mutually agreed upon outcome. One of the things that was identified through this process was to add an additional alternative to the EIR to analyze, which was called the Historic Preservation Alternative. This alternative involves the preservation in place of the existing farmhouse in this location, which is its original location. It's not been moved, and through this alternative it would not be proposed to be moved, as well as an attendant outbuilding, a garage, and a lot that would be 10,000 square feet in total, with 0.23 acres of that lot, 0.23 acres, small portion of that lot, also for the purpose of preserving the original orange trees that are on the property today. The remainder of the lot would be developed with 22 single-family detached homes on minimum 6,000 square foot lots. And the idea with the preservation of the farmhouse on a larger lot would be that it would also become part of the private development and sold as one of the units at fair market value as a private residence. This alternative, when it was analyzed in the EIR, was found to be able to mitigate to a level of less than significance the impacts to historic and cultural resources, which means that at this time, this proposed project no longer has any environmental impacts that cannot be mitigated to a less than significant level. The idea of the alternatives that have been included is one that has engendered significant conversation, and since the EIR was originally circulated in July 2011, it's been revised and recirculated 3 times in order to continue studying alternatives. In all, 8 alternatives have been studied. They include the no-build alternative, which is a standard alternative that looks at what would happen if nothing were built, an alternative location of the project, expanding the park onto that site, an urban garden proposal, which would turn the site into an urban garden educational facility, an alternative project design that would have a cul-de-sac instead of the street going through, a lower density design, an alternative that would have taken the house, moved it over to the park, and had the preservation alternative in that location, and then the alternative that I just described to you, the historic preservation alternative. There has been concern and questions as to why other alternatives were not also addressed, in particular one that would have preserved 50% of the property. CEQA requires that a reasonable range of alternatives be analyzed, and not necessarily that every alternative that you could think of would be analyzed. And along these lines, staff believes that there has been a reasonable range of alternatives considered. And also the goal of considering alternatives is to find the one that gets you to the least amount of impact, that is the environmentally preferred alternative. And in this case, the historic preservation alternative does that. Looking at alternatives that would preserve even more of the property means that there would be even less of an impact or no additional impact. There wouldn't be anything precluding the property owner from building less than what is currently proposed within the scope of the existing EIR. There does not need to be an additional alternative evaluated in order to allow them to build less than what has already been analyzed.
Sorry, Karen, can you
Yes.
can you repeat that last item with regard to what would be required of the applicant? And
Right.
Just the last thing you just mentioned.
Right.
To clarify, please.
If the applicant wanted to build less, if they wanted to preserve more of the site than is anticipated in this scenario, where there would be The farmhouse on a 10,000 square foot lot with the trees would be preserved. Everything else would be built as homes. They wanted to build fewer homes than that, preserve more of the site. There would be no additional environmental impact analysis required at all. So going through an exercise of looking at more alternatives wouldn't bring you to a conclusion anything other than where we are today.
Okay. Thank you.
I'd now like to talk a little bit about the proposed project itself. The original application was revised in order to reflect the historic preservation alternative, which on this plan shows the farmhouse and 10,000 square foot lot in this location, with the remainder of the 22 lots being located around a street that would be the connection of Lion Street in this location to the south, existing Lion Street and Avalon, and a cul-de-sac and pedestrian connection to Portola Park on the east. One of the other factors that's been a major concern and part of the analysis on this, aside from the historic preservation issue, has been the potential for cut-through traffic. And in order to study this, we did an analysis of what the potential would be for cut-through traffic and how that could be mitigated. The property right now is vacant. Of course, it's not developed. It's an orange orchard. And Lion Street at this location is a dead-end street. It was originally intended to go through were that property to have been developed at the time that its surrounding properties were developed, but it didn't. And today, Avalon is a street that receives very little traffic because there's nowhere for the cars to go. With this proposed project, the street would be connected through to Santa Clara, which brought some major concerns to the neighbors who live there. Their primary concern was that traffic from Muir Fundamental, which is in the circled area here to the south, would now not just leave the school and travel upright to Santa Clara, but now would be able to take Avalon, go through the new subdivision and out to Santa Clara. In the afternoons when people are picking up their children from school, there is a stacking issue here on this street. And so that was a concern. There would be an alternate way now, and people might go that way. And in any case, regardless of school traffic, there would now be the potential for additional cars on Avalon because the street would go through. So in order to address these concerns, we did study this, prepared a traffic analysis to show what would be the likelihood of cars going through there. And it did find that at peak hour, there would be the potential for approximately 35 cars that might take Avalon as an alternative route to get to Santa Clara. In order to address the concerns about speeding or additional traffic, people take cut-through routes because they would be faster. And so the goal here was to make it so that taking this cut-through through the new subdivision would not be faster, would not be more convenient. So the subdivision street was designed to, first of all, offset the streets. So the northern extension of Lion is offset from this extension of Lion. That the street itself would be curvilinear and would not be just a straight shot through. That there would be bulb outs at both of the entries into the neighborhood, which narrows the traffic lane and makes it harder for cars to move quickly. And that there would also be probably some level of maybe a speed table or something like that at the bulb outs as well. This next slide just shows some illustrative elevations. They really don't relate to any real sort of house because there isn't currently any merchant builder who's under contract with the property owner to construct this project. We do expect that the houses would be larger in square footage, probably more than 2,000 square feet each, and that they would be two-story houses. But beyond that, there is no set architectural style, and the approvals that you have before you tonight, should you take action, do not dictate any sort of housing plan or style or anything like that.
Karen, question for
yes.
you. Ms. Haluza, if, assuming that this gets approved for development and the property owner does contract developer to come in or whatever the case might be where eventually there is a project,
yes.
would that project then need to come back? At this point, we would potentially be approving the number of properties and such, but as far as
right.
the design and such, would that have to come back to Commissioner or Council?
It would not. The ability to build houses in the R1 zone is actually not discretionary. The reason this is here is because there's a subdivision map. And so the actual houses themselves would not come back to the Planning Commission or the City Council.
Thank you.
And thank you for that question, Councilor Benavides, because I think it's important that we realize the magnitude of this action.
Yes, yes.
Please
definitely.
continue.
Absolutely. Just a couple of concluding slides. The project is consistent with the general plan and zoning designations that allow for low-density, single-family residences. The project impacts have been mitigated to a level that is less than significant through the environmental impact review analysis. If approved, this project would allow for the construction of 22 new single-family homes, as well as the preservation and rehabilitation to the Secretary of the Interior standards for the original farmhouse and orchard attached. It would allow for a reduction in setback to allow the farmhouse to remain in place. It's very close to Santa Clara. Santa Clara would be widened at that location. The farmhouse does not need to move, but it wouldn't meet a minimum setback requirement for a standard home. It would allow for a small reduction in frontage on one of the lots that is at the cul-de-sac, and it would create a vesting tentative tract map to allow for the sale of the houses, and that, of course, is the most important part of this action. If this property is subdivided and this vesting tract map is approved, it does lock in the entitlement for this property to allow it to now be developed into 23 residential lots that could then be developed without any further discretionary actions at any time in the future. Because it's a vesting tract map, it doesn't expire. So that means that this action would create a 23-unit residential subdivision at this location. The recommended actions before the City Council tonight are to certify the environmental impact report, to approve the variance, and to approve the two variances for lot frontage and for setback, and to approve the vesting tentative tract map. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? If not, what I would recommend is that we hear from the public. We have a lot of speakers, and then maybe if we have questions, we'll bring them back at that time. So if you can just be on standby, Karen, and let me start with the applicant, Jeff Melching from Orange Lutheran and Concordia University, followed by Michael Givens. Please go ahead. And by the way, just for the record, Madam Clerk and Attorney, we are formally opening up the public hearing at this time. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Staff has done a wonderful job. I'm Jeff Melching. I am an attorney for the applicant. Just happenstance that I happen to be the first card on the stack, but I'm here tonight. You got a wonderful staff report. I want to tell you that I've worked on a number of CEQA projects in my career. This is a circumstance where the CEQA process really has worked the way it was supposed to. Originally, an environmental impact to cultural resources was identified, and with staff's persistence and time and studying and restudying and cultural analyses that are this thick, which is thicker than many EIRs around here, you managed to identify an alternative that avoids the cultural resources impact, gives you a clean project, no need for a statement of overriding considerations, and puts you in a position where the environmental considerations are addressed. In fact, I wanted to point out to you, because Ms. Haluza did a wonderful presentation, but I wanted to do a little bit of justice to the content of the cultural resources analysis, because you had independent consultants hired by the city who came in and they did a multi-factored analysis of these cultural resources issues, and their conclusions were definitive. They said, the independent consultants said, that the project would convey character-defining features of its historic context and historical information from its period of significance, and would be consistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation. Right down the line, they found that the impact was addressed. Now, I want you to know that you did receive, over the weekend, a letter from another person who had a different opinion and said that the project should be eligible for listing on the state's Register of Historic Resources or on the National Register of Historic Resources. And again, I just urge you to look at your own independent consultant's cultural resources analysis. where there are pages of discussions, criteria by criteria, about the criteria for listing on the State Historic Register. And the conclusion was it's not eligible for listing on the Historic Register. So these issues have been addressed. I understand that there are differing opinions, but ultimately, your consultant has reached a conclusion on this. We're proud that this project can be presented to you without an environmental impact identified and in a manner consistent with the General Plan and Zoning Code, and therefore urge you to look favorably on the project and approve the applications. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Gibbons, who is a real representative of Orange Lutheran, not a lawyer.
Thank you. And after that, Kathy Lapworth.
Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to address the council. The proposed project that is being presented to you, we have analyzed carefully, your staff has analyzed carefully, and it is wisely prepared plan that is good for the city of Santa Ana. Again, my name is Michael Gibbons. I represent the two schools that own this property, Orange Lutheran High School and Concordia University. There are many leaders from the two schools that are with me here tonight, including Craig Olson, who is the chairman of the board of Concordia University, and Todd Moritz, the executive director of Orange Lutheran. I address you tonight as a local businessman who spends a lot of time helping out at the high school. I've been on the board, I've been the chairman of the board, and I'm very involved at the school and helping it out. And most importantly, I'm a proud father of two kids who have graduated from the high school, and my third child is currently a senior there. I also want to thank the city staff, and you heard the presentation from Karen Haluza, that they've developed a great plan. We've been working with them for years to put this together. They've looked at numerous alternatives. They've pushed us. They've prodded us. They've brought in excellent advisors and consultants to work with the team. And it's a great plan that's before you. It has a significant cost to the two schools. It's not easy for us to implement this mitigation, but we like the balance and what it provides for the city of Santa Ana. Our schools have multiple connections with Santa Ana that go way beyond these 5 acres. We have over 40 years of working with youth ministry and the education throughout Orange County. Currently, about 130 Santa Ana families send their sons and daughters to our schools. Some 900 plus Santa Ana residents are among our graduated alumni. There have been prepared thousands of pages of analysis, brief, and exhibits on this proposed project. In summary, as staff has presented, it's really comes to a few key points. One, we take the nuisance and hazard of a dirt lot with dead trees and create a family neighborhood. 2, we develop 22 new homes that are appropriate for the community. 3, we preserve the historic bungalow and small orchard as an economically feasible family home. 4, we expand and landscape a key section of Santa Clara Avenue and add a new traffic light at Wright Street. And 5, as has been pointed out, this conforms with the city's general plan and zoning for this property. We are all aware that the proposed project does not satisfy the goals of the Old Orchard Conservancy. I am ready and willing and able to answer any questions the council may want to ask about our relationship with the Conservancy over the last few years and their efforts, but I'll leave that for your questioning. I do, however, want to comment briefly that I believe Martha Sexlinger, the original owner of this land, would have agreed with the new project plan. She loved the youth education ministry of the Lutheran Church. She chose to donate the land for housing development with the proceeds to be used by our two schools. In her later years, Martha decided to slowly shut down her orange grove. A couple of decades ago, she stopped regularly irrigating the trees. The trees just did not produce enough fruit to pay for the water. Before her death, she removed some 254 dead trees as a fire hazard.
If you can start to wrap up, I know we have more speakers.
That's fine. And of the remaining 226 trees, only 24 remain alive and have any economical fruit production. So with that, I'll conclude. Again, this is a great plan. I affirm this project is good for Santa Ana. It meets the goals of the local community, the city at large, and the historical preservation parameters. And I'll come up for any questions as you ask them later on.
Thank you. If you can be available, thank you. Kathy Lapworth, followed by John Lapworth.
Good evening, everybody. I am a Santa Ana resident. I live between McFadden and Edinger on Broadway. I've lived in that home for 40 years. I love the city of Santa Ana. I don't have plans of moving. I born 4 children in that home, 3 of which has returned to my neighborhood of Wilshire Square and bought homes to refurbish. I agree with what's going on with the Sexlinger property, that the farmhouse will be revived for someone to live in, something economical for people. We've worked on our home for the 40 years we've lived there and still need to work on it more. It's kind of nice to think that in order to move to Santa Ana, you don't have to move into an old home that needs so much work, that you can actually move into a home that's new. I've loved working on my home. I wish it was over. But it would have been nice as well to have enough money to move into something that was already made and there for us, and to have a different kind of life that other people may choose. And I just really agree with this. I agree with it. I think that it will be good for Santa Ana on the basis of the old and the new and the past and the future, for not only the residents of Santa Ana, but for the future children of Santa Ana that will be born here and hopefully live here for the 40 years that I and my husband and my children have lived here. Thank you.
Thank you. John Lapworth, followed by Virginia. It's either Wayne or Maine. I can't tell the M or W. And then followed by David Maine. Okay, followed by Debbie Merced.
Good evening, council members, mayor. And I, like my wife, agree with the proposition or the actions that are being presented before you. I think that the wishes of the people, the family, the Sexlinger family, should be upheld in this consideration. And also being a 40 plus years member of the Santa Ana community, I've witnessed many opportunities for growth in the city, and the city has acted on it. They've acted fairly. Many of the improvements in the city are because of decisions that were made that were difficult decisions, but they proved to, in the long run, to be very good decisions for the city. I think this is a good decision for the city to make. I think it'll also benefit the county in general as a whole, giving the school the ability to expand or do what they need to do with the money that they receive from the property development. And I just, as a citizen, give you my blessing, go forward and make the best decision.
Thank you. Virginia, followed by Debbie Merced, followed by Angelica Ko-Tyke, I believe it is. Kati, please go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Virginia Main. I was born in Tustin and raised in Santa Ana. I have taught adult education for Santa Ana College for 15 years, including 11 of those years teaching employability skills at the Santa Ana Work Center. I now teach English, grammar, and composition in the high school subjects program. I even speak Spanish, which is always a surprise, porque soy la más güerita del mundo, ¿verdad? I love Santa Ana. My husband and I have chosen to raise our family here. My property is immediately adjacent to the proposed project. If you pulled up the map, you could see my house in that picture. Throughout the process of this project, I have become the de facto spokesperson for my neighbors, particularly on the issue of the extension of Lyon Avenue through to Santa Clara. There are 37 homes in the immediate neighborhood, most of which have children. I'd like to relay the extreme opposition of the residents to the opening of that street through to Santa Clara, because our neighborhood will be inundated with commuter traffic from the local elementary school, as well as cut-through traffic between 17th Street and Santa Clara. Those of us who live there know that the proposed bump outs will have no effect, and if you don't believe me, come to my neighborhood during school rush hour and business rush hour and see what happens to Portola and to Catalina and to 21st Street and to Mantle Avenue on the other side. I would also like to register our dissatisfaction with a larger issue concerning this project. Our neighborhood will be significantly impacted by this project. We really have the most to lose. However, our interests have been largely ignored. If the proposal is approved, the owners will be served, the developer will be served, even the Conservancy has been given a token concession. We, on the other hand, have been told to sit down and take it because this is going to happen. We've been told that we should have known about this when we bought our houses. We've even been told that we should come up with the $5 million to buy the property. I'm sure you can understand how frustrating and insulting that is, frankly. I want to make it clear that most of the residents accept the fact that the property will be developed. We know there will be houses there. We know this will happen. I personally hope that the schools get their money so that they can do all of the wonderful things that they want to do. But this isn't the project. This proposal places an undue burden on the surrounding neighborhood. We'll have to endure at least 2 years of construction, after which we'll be left with these two-story monstrosities that will look directly down onto our backyards and that don't mesh with either the character or the economy of the neighborhood, and that really sacrifice our security and safety. So please remember the existing residents, your existing tax-paying constituents when you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie, followed by Angelita, followed by Long Nguyen, please.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Debbie Merced, and I actually live on Avalon. It's in my neighborhood. I'm right there on Lion Street as well, right there in my corner. And I just want to say I approve this project, and I hope that you will pass it tonight. And a few of the reasons that I am for this project is that as that sits vacant, I've had 2 of my neighbors' homes broken into who back up to that vacant property. And so it has been used as a way that they can enter our homes. Additionally, it's a fire hazard. Most of those trees are dead, so my concern is for that as well. So I'm looking forward to it actually being developed, to be completed, to not have that dirt lot. I do know, they're worried about traffic, but I think that's been well addressed. The Planning Commission has addressed everyone's issues. They've come up with a great plan, and I ask that you pass it tonight. I do approve of it. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe, Angelica, are you next, then followed by Long Nguyen, followed by Michael Haymond.
Good evening. My name is Angelica Kotsky. I am her neighbor. And I really object the opening...
Bring it down. Just bring it down a tad.
I really object that you open the streets of Lion and Avalon. The traffic will be horrendous. And I don't have money to purchase that property from Sexlinger, but I just do not approve to have an open street there. The grade school, the people from the grade school, they just will be driving through our neighborhood and making park there and wait for their kids to come. And that is the only thing I have my objection to. Thank you.
Do you also oppose Santa Clara and the connection to Santa Clara?
All I care is that you have a cul-de-sac there by Lion Street and East Avalon Avenue. That is all that I care for.
So you would have everybody coming in out of Santa Clara?
Yes, and I want to have a block wall there, not just a little bump there, but a true cul-de-sac with a big block wall.
Got it. Thank you. Long Nguyen, followed by Michael Haymond, followed by Stephanie Hart, I believe.
Good evening. My name is Long Nguyen, and I'm a Santa Ana resident. I've been living here for the past 10 years. I'm here in support of Orange Lutheran High School and Concordia University. I live in a 1920s bungalow, so I can appreciate the need for preserving something that's historic. But I believe the proposed plan is a win for both the city and the owners. It's a win for the city because the plan will restore the old Craftsman home and retain its historic value. I think having new single-family homes will be a good revenue source for the city, and hopefully will attract young families to come and live in this great city. So in short, I strongly urge you to approve the current project. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Michael Heyman, followed by Stephanie, followed by Michael Grant.
Mayor Polito, council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a 27-year resident of the city of Santa Ana. I support this project. I support development and growth in the city. The Sexlinger family meant to do something with this property. I spoke to a couple of real estate agents who said for years they were given offer after offer to buy that land, that they held it so that it could then be passed on to accomplish things that were important to them. In a city that is so dependent on giving, on those kinds of opportunities, I think it sends a wrong message to take that kind of a gift and not allow it to produce fully as it could and as it should. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Stephanie, followed by Michael Grant, followed by Vicky Bright, Woodward Bright.
Okay, hi, I'm Stephanie Hurd, and I live on Virginia Avenue in Santa Ana, and I'm about 1.5 miles from the Sexlinger property. Because the city has closed Fairhaven and Grand for the railroads, Santa Clara and Grand is the main entrance and exit for our neighborhood. Therefore, we go past Santa Clara often. For years, this property has been neglected and abandoned. First, the house was vacant, and then, as you can see from the pictures, they boarded it up. This location is aesthetically unpleasing to the neighborhood. I support the two schools' proposal to build. I would rather drive by and see children playing than to see a deteriorating house and neglected property. As a local neighbor and Santa Ana resident, I encourage you to vote to build a residential community. This would be a positive for Santa Ana and bring additional revenue in the form of property taxes to the city of Santa Ana. Again, I, Stephanie Hurd, local Santa Ana resident, support the proposal provided by the two schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael Grant, followed by Vicky Woodward, followed by Alan Lawson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Let's get this up here. My name is Michael Grant, and I am a 10-year resident of Santa Ana, and I am here to give my support to moving forward with this project. I believe that there's a number of considerations that have been gone through. The Planning Council has kind of analyzed as many of the options as are out there, and so I think that it is a win-win-win. It is a win because it will improve the community. It will add new families, new excitement, new energy, which is always good. It will clean up an area that right now is an eyesore, and as some others have said, a fire hazard. And ultimately, I think it's all about community. And if we can enhance this community, that's the best thing for the city. So I ask for your support.
Thank you. Now, Vicky, followed by Alan Lawson, followed by Brian Stephenson.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Vicky Woodard Bright, and I'm a 24 proud year resident of the City of Santa Ana. And I do encourage the City Council to approve this project as proposed. I believe it will be good for the City of Santa Ana. I think it will be a wonderful addition and an enhancement, as others have said, in the condition that it's currently in. It's not much of an enhancement for the city. So I urge you to make a final decision and approve as it is proposed tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicky. Alan, followed by Brian, followed by Bia Tratili, I believe it is.
Good evening, Mayor Polito and members of the council. My name's Alan Lawson, and tonight I'm here speaking on behalf of the Santa Ana Historical Preservation Society. I'm also a Santa Ana resident. Our Historical Society has been following the development proposals on the Sexlinger property for the last 3 years. We supported the city's action that designated the Sexlinger property as a key historical resource and placed it on the Santa Ana Register of Historical Properties in 2012. While the Society would prefer to see the entire orchard preserved along with the historic buildings, we support the action before you tonight because it includes the preservation of the existing buildings and a remnant of the orchard trees on Lot 1 of the revised site plan. The mission of our Historical Society is preservation, and the new version of the project would retain the Sexlinger farmhouse and garage buildings on the site. Conditions have been added to the project which require the rehabilitation and restoration of exteriors of these historic buildings, as well as maintaining a total of 16 orange trees on Lot 1. In summary, the Santa Ana Historical Preservation Society believes that the project as now proposed is a reasonable compromise that preserves an important part of Santa Ana's history, in that the structures and remnant orchard would help convey the agricultural use of the property during the last century, and we urge the council to approve it. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Thank you, Alan. Brian, followed by B, followed by Nick Spain.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. I love the city of Santa Ana because there are amazing historical structures here. You have the Waffle House, you have the courthouse, but you don't really have anything that represents the working people that built this town from the very onset. And this lot has that capability to be something more than just an empty lot with an old house on it. Farms can be restored, houses can be rebuilt, and I think that the entire plot could be used in a city that is known for not having a lot of open space for their citizens. I don't know if you remember the HBO special about obesity in America, but unfortunately Santa Ana was used as an example of a city that does not have open space for their children to play in. So it's something to consider. I know that it is a small property that seems insignificant, but as a family of a blue-collar family, or a member of a blue-collar family, and as all of us know, it took a lot of hard work for all of us to reap the rewards of what California offers. And I think that we should also remember that the low to middle class has a history that should be remembered as well. Thank you.
Thank you, B, followed by Nick Spain, followed by Jeannie Gillette.
Yes, my name is Beati Ridili, and I grew up near this orchard, and I now live on Clemenson Street, which is about a little over a mile from the orchard. As you all know, Santa Ana is the second densest city in the state of California, which of course means we have very little open space. If we approve this development, we are squeezing one of the last little fragments of open space left out of this city. I'm very happy that the Lutheran schools have made an accommodation to preserve the house and a small portion of the orange grove, but I believe the City of Santa Ana officials need to find a way to preserve more of it. Certainly the Lutheran schools need to be compensated for that, and now that the recession is beginning to reach its end, maybe we can find a way as tax-paying citizens to pool our taxes and find a way to preserve this for the future. I'm a public school teacher, and as I see it, the death of the Sexlinger Orchard is the death of a wonderful educational opportunity for the children of this city. Losing this orchard means losing a piece of our history, not just losing open space. And I urge you to oppose this particular development in favor of a development that will preserve more of the orchard. Yes, some of the trees are dying, but they can be revitalized. I teach science. You can revitalize these trees. It is possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Nick, followed by Jeannie Gillette, followed by Moses Plasencia.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Nice tie. You can return it after the meeting tonight, by the way. Yes, it is an orange tie. The Conservancy is...
Wait a minute, you didn't let me this tie, did you? I'm kidding.
Could I
Go
suggest
ahead.
anything? All right, give me my full 3 minutes. I appreciate
All right, start it
Anyway,
over.
Okay. The Old Orchard Conservancy has developed a very strong administrative record over the past couple of years on this issue. And I, for one, am not going to go into the weeds on this with you tonight because I would encourage you to refer to that record. We have extremely strong testimony from state and nationally recognized experts on historic preservation. And I'll leave it up to the council to determine where to place the weight on those opinions. I want to talk about the meaning of this important historic property to the city, and I agree with what the gentleman said a minute ago. It is about community. With the preservation of the historic Sexlinger Orchard and Farmhouse, we in the city of Santa Ana have a unique opportunity to provide for the future of our youth, our families, and our neighborhoods. This chance to positively impact the lives of thousands of Santa Ana's youth and their families through directly experiencing and participating at a signature location exemplifying our collective past is not to be simply thrown away. We have the responsibility as Santa Ana residents and city officials to think big and to act big for the needs of our community. I encourage you to do the right thing. Jeannie Gillette and I were fortunate to attend a recent ribbon cutting and dedication for the Madison Park Community Garden, a joint use arrangement with Santa Ana Unified School District. Speakers representing the school district, Parks and Recreation, and city council members addressed the value of that project and the need for others like it. To meet the health and nutrition, food access and security, open space, and educational requirements of our youth, we at the Old Orchard Conservancy support these sentiments and goals and are trying to expand these opportunities through the preservation of the Sexlinger Orchard historic property. Additionally, in that address at Madison Park, there was a call for public-private partnerships in these endeavors. This 5-acre, century-old historic orchard landscape represents the best and possibly the last significant acreage for such partnerships in our city. The opportunity is here. The time is now. Do the right thing. We have proposed a preservation alternative that would allow for up to 50% residential development of the property. This alternative is feasible, it's fair, and meets CEQA muster. It's time to get this option into the EIR and staff report. In closing, I'll say, when it comes to health, nutrition, food education and access, physical fitness and exercise, and open space issues, the council has talked the talk. And some of you have actually walked the walk. Now is the time for all of us to walk the walk together as a community. Do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. Jenny Gillette, followed by Moses, followed by Deborah Rosenthal.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jeannie Gillette, and I'm here tonight to urge you to carefully consider the decision before you. I am the granddaughter of Orange County farmers. I'm a pediatric nurse. I'm the president of the Old Orchard Conservancy, and I'm a resident of Santa Ana who honors and respects my history and the history of this area. I have lived in Orange County all my life, and I have seen firsthand the destruction, development, and paving over of much of our history and heritage. Whether it's my grandparents' home on Knott Avenue, the 10-acre orange orchard where I spent much of my childhood, or the hangars that I used to play in that were part of the Anaheim Airport on my grandparents' property, it's all gone. It's just a memory. Now, none of this was left for me to share with my children. Back in 2012, June of 2012, the Santa Ana City Council overturned the HRC decision and placed the Sexlinger Farmhouse and Orchard on the Santa Ana Register of Historical Properties. That was a proud day for the council and our city. Although not everyone on the council at that time is still at the dais, I wonder, will this council make a decision that they can be proud of today? The EIR that is before you, I hope that numerous errors have been corrected in it, does not respect the actions of your actions of June of 2012 because it does not preserve this historic resource. In fact, it disrespects the historic designation through contradictory conclusions that I suppose you are expected to find adequate and satisfactory. In fact, nothing could be farther from the truth. We have heard lots of comments in the past several months from this process is taking too long, and we must be fair to the owners, and what Martha Sexlinger's intentions may have been. These comments do not belong among those important points that you must consider. What is important is by accepting the staff recommendation and approving a project that will destroy over 95% of the orchard, you will be making a decision that destroys our history. Before you make this final decision that will destroy the last intact Valencia orange orchard in Santa Ana and most likely all of Orange County and develop it into another uninspired housing tract, I urge you to direct your staff to include an alternative that respects your decision, preserves the historic resource to a level where it is at least recognizable as an orchard, and complies with the law surrounding this project. Do the right thing. Direct staff to develop a real and meaningful preservation alternative that can bring countless benefits to all those involved.
Thank you, Jeannie. Moses, followed by Deborah Rosenthal, followed by Steve Ray.
Good evening, Council. My name is Moises Plasencia. I'm a professor at Santa Ana College, community organizer. I've been a resident of Santa Ana for 30 years. You know, my brother's been shot, my sister's is dead from drugs, and you know what, I've seen a lot of terrible things happen because of urban blight and urban areas, and you know, I just know that a green space is not just a green space, it's a space for families, it's a space for people to get together. I've seen cholos, some gangsters just go from hardcore thugs to planting a seed in the ground, and then they change completely because they now know what it is to care for a life. You know, and I know that these areas are very, very important. You know, besides from some tokenized characters who are here today, and some anecdotal hearsay from some people, I know that I speak for some of the residents of Santa Ana, and I speak full-heartedly for them. I speak for them because I know what this space is worth. And you know, it happens to be that it also goes in line with some state legislation that's being passed. You know, AB 32 and SB 375, you know, these are two things that require a 25-year land use foresight, you know, and unfortunately, if you go urban, once you go urban, you can't go back to rural. Unfortunately, that's the way it works. And this is the decision you guys are making tonight, is to get rid of, at least not even uphold an option that would save 50% of the property, so that I know that some people, some residents of Santa Ana can share in that affection for the land and get that experience with their families. You know, and I also want to say that if they were to develop that land, at least half of it, the average price for the homes in that area is $700,000. They would still stand to make a good profit, $7 million plus. So it's not like they're not going to make any money. They will. But I just know that area produces 1,300 tons of greenhouse gas. It reduces carbon emissions. It reduces carbon emissions by 1,300 tons. Now, if those 1,300 tons aren't enough for you, just think about what would happen if there was food being produced on that property. Instead of having trucks shipping food from all over the planet, you had food being developed in Santa Ana. On 1 acre, you can grow 500 tomato plants. On 2 acres, you can grow 1,000 tomato plants. Now, just think about that. How many people are you going to feed, especially with our obesity and our diabetes epidemic that's going on in Santa Ana? That's a lot of people that are going to get access to really good food. And, I just want to say that wholeheartedly, I hope you guys make the right decision tonight and try to get another plan submitted to in the EIR, because I know the power of spaces like that. Thank you.
Moises, thank you for your testimony. Deborah Rosenthal, followed by Steve Ray, followed by Patrick Mitchell.
Good evening. I'm Deborah Rosenthal. I'm a land use and environmental attorney and historic preservation advocate. I'm here representing the Old Orchard Conservancy. I've submitted a letter to the council. It's late. I will just try and summarize a few of the main points. I'd like to emphasize that this EIR remains inadequate. It doesn't matter if it's been through 3 versions or 10 versions. At the end of the day, CEQA has only done half of its job with this proposal. It's preserved the farmhouse and room for up to 16 trees, but it destroys what is special about this property. There are already a fair number of early 20th century craftsman farmhouses without their orchards preserved around the area. But what the council recognized in 2012 was that what was unique about this property was the combination of the farmhouse and the existing orchard. And this property would never have been designated as an orchard if it had been nothing more than a farmhouse with a single line of trees around the property. So this project proposal does not preserve it. There are letters, there's no possibility that demolishing 95% of the orchard preserves what's significant about it. And there are letters in the record from the California Preservation Foundation, from the former State Historic Preservation Officer, and from Dr. Diane Kane, an architectural historian with more than 40 years' experience, explaining exactly why the orchard is the unique part of this gift that Santa Ana has available. I know that this city council is very protective of property rights. You are famous for that. And I would like to say that that the Conservancy is asking the council to look at an alternative that protects both the property owner's right to make money from the property and the rights of the community to preserve its history. That's when CEQA has done its full job, not just half a job, when it can bring a win-win proposal to the council. No one is trying to prevent the schools from having money to achieve their missions, but it should not be at the expense of future generations of Santa Ana residents who will never have the opportunity to see what Santa Ana used to be, acres and acres and miles of orange fields. That's a different kind of mission. And the Old Orchard Conservancy is asking the council not to reject the proposal, but to send it back to get the EIR to finally look at a real preservation alternative. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Stephen Ray, followed by Patrick Mitchell, followed by Molly Gwynn, I believe it is, O'Gulin.
I'm actually Patrick Mitchell, and I traded places with Steve Ray. I hope that's okay. Honorable Mayor and City Council, as many of you know, I have a long history with the City of Santa Ana and care deeply for its people and landscapes. As the city's naturalist for almost 10 years, I built strong relationships with many neighborhoods, community groups, and individuals, including some of you. I was successful at securing funding to build the Santiago Park Nature Reserve and Santiago Creek Wildlife and Watershed Center, as well as habitat restoration and landscape improvements throughout the city. I personally conducted hundreds of educational programs for thousands of Santa Ana residents. Currently, I manage one of the few remaining commercial agricultural operations within the city of Santa Ana's boundaries, the Gospel Swamp Farm at the Heritage Museum of Orange County. As the manager of this educational farm, I work with dozens of high school students from Godina's Fundamental, Valley, and Santa Ana high schools, providing free hands-on programs in everything from composting and soils to planting, fertilizing, and harvesting. Some students even learn marketing and sales as we seek buyers for the produce grown at the farm. Programs like these show a marked improvement in students' core academic studies, as well as build character, self-confidence, and self-reliance. I have also personally witnessed cross-generational connections as students teenagers find that they have something important to share with their parents and grandparents, many of whom worked in agriculture themselves. Each of you has an important decision to make this evening. Before you is the opportunity to expand the quality, quantity, and content of educational programs like those I just described, and make them available for thousands of students and residents of Santa Ana. Or you can approve the development that will provide significant funding for hundreds of students in Orange and Irvine, only a few of whom may actually live in Santa Ana. I am asking you tonight to preserve the Sexlinger Orchard and Farmhouse by directing staff to include a true preservation alternative in the EIR. I believe that a mixture of development and preservation can be accomplished to best serve the residents of this city, the property owners, and this one-of-a-kind property. It can provide a financial reward in the millions of dollars for Orange Lutheran High School and Concordia University, while preserving a historic resource like none other in the city. I can tell you, I'm reading from a very small screen, I apologize. You will hear lots of things tonight in this hearing. Some will say the orchard's not financially viable. Others will say that there is no plan for utilizing the orchard if it were protected. Still others will say that more homes is really what Santa Ana needs. I can tell you that the model used by the property owners to develop a cost-profit analysis on the orchard is an outdated industrial model that's not based on sustainable agricultural principles. I currently harvest from less than 60 citrus trees for sales at local farmers markets, where I can sell them for as much as $2 a pound. A single tree can produce hundreds of pounds of produce every year.
The light is red. If you could wrap up, please.
I'll leave it at that and just say that I really hope that you guys do the right thing and consider what happens if you don't preserve this property and what it will take for generations to get that back. Thank you.
Thank you. And Stephen, after you, Molly.
Honorable Council, I'm Steve Ray. As you consider tonight whether to approve, deny, or continue this application, I would suggest you have two questions to ask yourself. First, what do the facts and the findings and the law in this case prescribe? Second, what is best for the citizens of our community? And I'm going to ask you to exercise some common sense in doing this. First, as to the facts, this housing project is not necessary for the city at all, even though the project objective is to provide move-up housing. At the Planning Commission hearing, the interim planning director admitted that the requirement for move-up housing is minimal and could be met by other projects planned in the city, so it's not necessary. The staff report mentions substantial property rights, and there seemed to be some threat that the owners will file a takings lawsuit. Well, the owners have a right to a process, but not to a favorable outcome. You are not required to grant their application, nor a certain number of homes, nor guarantee a certain profit. They do have the right to an economic benefit of their property, and since they received the property free, any amount they received for the property would be an economic benefit for them. Speaking of which, we, the Conservancy, made a multi-million-dollar offer in writing with solid financial backing on the table to the owners. Frankly, they just blew us off. Your staff report says we made no purchase offer. They were misinformed in that report. Another misstatement regards the city's offer to pay for mediation between the parties. The staff report says we declined. Well, we accepted it twice in writing. The owners again said no. Let's look at the biggest piece of information, the so-called historic preservation alternative. It is not. In plain language of the law, you declared the Sexlinger Farmhouse and Orchard combined farmhouse and orchard to be a historic site. The proposal before you saves only the farmhouse, not the orchard. In the plain language of Webster's Dictionary of the English Language, an orchard is a stretch of land with cultivated fruit trees. Cultivated is defined as land prepared for or planted with crops. Well, that's what an orchard is, and that's what's there right now. And what's proposed? Well, tear down the cultivated orchard, except for a few trees in a yard. A yard does not make an orchard, otherwise we'd all have orchards in our house. It is not preservation. And to say that this is not a significant impact boggles credulity. Where's common sense here? Now, as to what's best for the community, what's better? 23 overpriced cookie-cutter homes that are out of character with the neighborhood and aren't even needed? Or a historic resource that will be a benefit for the entire community? What's better? A financial windfall for the owners that might provide a one-time benefit to a few Santa Ana students who attend these out-of-town schools, or thousands of Santa Ana school students and citizens who will utilize this historic educational site every year, and hundreds of thousands who will do so in future decades. Our proposal, the 50-50 alternative, provides some move-up housing for the city. It's a reasonable economic benefit to the owners, and it preserves enough of the site to provide a valuable historic site for the city. It satisfies all legal, financial, environmental, and preservation issues, and we will support it. We ask that you direct staff to go back and come up with the true historic preservation alternative that basically aligns with our 50-50 alternative. What's best for Santa Ana? It's not even close. It's just common sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Molly, please. And Molly, by the way, is the last speaker, unless the clerk has more slips. You're the last speaker. After that, we'll close the public hearing. I'll bring it to council for discussion.
Last
Please.
but not least. So my last name's Goen, as if the U isn't there. And I didn't intend on speaking tonight, so thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity. And I know that everybody's tired. We've all had a long day. So I'm just a little confused. I've lived here my whole life. I was born and raised in Santa Ana. And we just sat and we listened to so many organizations that advocated education, science, technology. In fact, you just passed, what was that, 25C? And these members of the community represent tens of thousands of people, maybe even hundreds of thousands, right? So they want education programs, internships, community outreach, and integration. And you have an alternate plan that incorporates all of these things. You just opened another park where you said you wanted more opportunity to do this, and you have it on your plate. And the fact that we're even considering a school that wouldn't take that educational option it's just blowing my mind. The only thing that I can see, and the only reason I would imagine that the schools, Concordia and Orange Lutheran, wouldn't want to be involved in this, is because they're nowhere close to here. None of their students have any affiliation to this space. They have 900 of their students that went, or that have lived in Santa Ana. Alumni, that's the word I'm looking for. That's just such a small amount, and you can touch so many more lives if you do the right thing, right? So you've got the 50-50 on your plate. In addition to the carbon sequestration, the water sequestration and retention, which is obviously an issue if you've been watching the news at all, you have an opportunity to have regenerative sciences, creativity, and sustainable agriculture in an urban space, which is going to be huge for the future. If you build houses, you've got one thing that's going to be there for the next, 30 years, and then you're going to have to start to renovate it, as one of our other people spoke about. If you have the alternate plan, you've got a 5, 10, 15, 25-year plan. And it's just a really elementary planning student understands. You understand that a planning option is successful if you can see. You measure its success by how much you can get out of it over the course of years. And if you build houses, it's just going to stay houses forever. You might have new families in there, but essentially it's the same thing. And if you have an option where at least half of it you're having community gardens, you've got farmers markets. You can teach kids about farmers market management, which is huge, and it's going to be huge for the future. You can teach them that there's a relationship with food, with science, with photosynthesis, nitrogen fixation. Where's my science teacher out there? It just is blowing my mind. And so if you have an option to really be leading in Orange County in this, it doesn't make sense why we wouldn't. And that's it.
Thank you, Molly. Last but certainly not least, thank you. So with that, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to council for discussion. I'll first call on Mayor Pro Tem Sal Tinajero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, we used to have a DA that sat on this dais, and I remember we were talking one time, and she said to me, she said, she was the former Mayor Pro Tem, and she said she was going into a criminal, she was going to try a criminal case, and she said that there were some teachers there, and I'm a teacher, I'm a high school teacher, have been a teacher now for 18 years, and she said, if you ever showed up on a jury in a criminal case, you would be the first one dismissed. And I said to her, why is that? She says, because teachers give too many chances. I thought, that's a darn shame. But it's true. We give second, third, fourth, fifth chances because we believe in students' ability to continue to grow. And here, again, about 3 months ago, I had made a decision, and I'll explain to you why, that I think it was time to look for an alternative to what originally I was hoping we would have. But I thought I'd come today and try to have an open mind again, give another opportunity to see if anything new came before us. I felt almost like I was in Groundhog Day, if you ever watch that movie where the day repeats itself over and over and over again. 2.5 years ago, or 2 years ago, we sat here and we listened to Mrs. Gillette, we listened to Mr. Nick come up and speak to us about these wonderful plans that I'm with you. I thought that's great. We do need that. And what we did was we voted in favor of creating that a historical area. That's because we as a city love that idea. But I did say something. I said, our city does not have the money to purchase this land, nor to create anything there. We just don't have the money. And I said to you back then, I said, what's important is that you understand that. So if we meet again and you say, hey, we're hoping that the city does X, I'm going to say to you, remember, this is giving you time to go out and solicit funds from groups that have the same paradigm that you do. And that way we can continue moving forward and make it work. A year went by, we met again. The same kind of, I was receiving the same type of information. I said it again, we need to see funding. And in 2 years went by, and I think it was about $20,000 had been pledged. So I don't know how much was actually in the account to purchase this property. Well, this is a multi-million-dollar property. On top of that, if you did have the items that you're talking about, you also have to pay for the water, you have to pay to upkeep it, and so forth. And we've had other institutions here in the city that have had a difficult time paying their water bill and that are much smaller and have more money. So there wasn't anything I heard today that changed. There wasn't, I mean, the plans were talked about. Wouldn't it be great if we had this? Wouldn't it be great if we had that? But not once did anyone say, by the way, I have a donor who is donating X amount of money to be able to make this happen and is going to do it for a long period of time. So we go back to this. I have looked over the plan. I have spoken to our consultant. And so at the end of the day, I want to be able to preserve and have that historical component. And those trees, we can have that historical component at the same time you have that development. These individuals have been working and been pretty patient to wait and wait and wait to put this project together. And I look at this, and it doesn't matter if it's a private school. It doesn't matter to me if it's a public school. But it matters to me where the funds are going. It's not like someone's getting wealthy here and they're going to pocket the money. This is actually going to help students learn. It may not be in our city, but it's what the individual who passed away gave to that institution, because that person had either a religious affiliation and they wanted to give that to the institution. It's a private school, it's a Christian school, and that was her calling, and that's what was her ministry, and that's what she decided to do with it. In the meantime, Mrs. Gillette and her group brought in some wonderful ideas. They made me think outside the box and really get excited about something, but at the end of the day, Common sense tells you that you have to see if an entity has the money to preserve it, to keep it going, to keep it lasting, so that people can use it, so that it doesn't remain just a lot that is unusable. So I have reviewed it. We've hired a good consultant. I believe that we are meeting the needs to keep the element of historic there with the orchards and the preservation and rehabilitation of that home, so that there is a place where people can still remember that the orchards were a vital part of that area. And I will be making a motion to approve, and I hope that another one of my colleagues can second.
We'll consider in a moment. Right now, let's just continue getting input, please. Councilor Sarmiento, did you have any comment? Councilor Martinez? Would you like to speak?
Yeah, I have some
Go
questions for staff. I think all of you know where, when the Planning Commission took action, where my planning commissioner was at. And certainly he moved forward based on principle. And certainly I took that in consideration, did not speak to him. But I, too, have beliefs and move forward on principle. But before I make any decision, because it's not an easy one, because I see both sides, I certainly want to commend the folks from the Lutheran Church and the school and all the work that you guys have done and met with them over over a year plus. And I certainly also applaud the orchard and what you guys have done and your vision. And so, this is a very difficult decision, but before, I make my decision, I do have some questions as it pertains to traffic mitigation and how this meets with our circulation element and complete streets. I did go down and I asked our planning director, our acting planning director, Karen, why was the reason, why did we choose curb extensions versus a roundabout or any other design? So I know TAG is coming, so if you just could please, and I certainly understand the cut-through traffic analysis and why we did what we did, and I know certain neighbors, within that area, they just want to cut it off and have a cul-de-sac. They don't want anyone going through there. But for the purposes of, as we move forward with our circulation element, our complete streets, I'm wanting to make sure that because we're moving forward with one development in one area, that we're consistent with our circulation element. And so for these reasons, why did we choose this particular calming mechanism design of curb extensions, which you're calling roundabout, what are you calling it? That's essentially what
bulb outs.
Bulb outs. Yes. It's a curb extension.
Thank you, Council Member. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The city, as the city goes along with the circulation element, one of the key ideas and key concepts is connectivity. I think it helps with any number of things, reducing vehicle miles traveled. It helps encourage walking and biking and that kind of thing. We understand the neighborhood's reluctance to punch through the street, and they're concerned about cut-through traffic. I guess to put it in perspective, the amount of cars that go through now, around 400, I think it's 415 cars, is way into the A level of service, A range level of service, and so it could accommodate more. We don't expect a lot more with the development, and especially with the curvilinear road that was designed as part of it, and then getting to what you mentioned, the idea of bulb outs. That's something that we do very often, and we feel it has a great impact on volume of traffic and speeds of traffic. And I think in a nutshell that layout makes it much less convenient for the cut-through traffic, and that was our intent with that layout.
Yeah, and I just wanted you to mention that because specifically when some of the residents came up here, with the traffic congestions, and then there's others who just want a cul-de-sac and don't want anyone going through their neighborhood. But for these reasons, as we move forward with our circulation element in complete streets, we're wanting to make sure that we accommodate all users, not just the vehicle. Certainly, this is one designed to minimize the congestion and slowing traffic down. But as we move forward, if we do decide up here today to move forward with building that development, that we continue to monitor the traffic congestion there. We just don't want to go ahead and do the curb extensions, they do the development, and then we move away. Certainly, you're the expert, you're the engineer, you guys certainly did the analysis, but sometimes things do change, and the level of service is always typically based on the vehicle, not based on pedestrians or bicyclists as well. And so wanting to make sure that we take into account all users.
Absolutely. And if I might, there's one other potential condition that Ms. Haluza and I talked about, was actually considering a bulb out at Avalon and Wright Road. That could be an additional, relatively inexpensive condition to further make that cut-through traffic less desirable.
Great, and I want to thank you that you're thinking about these other designs versus, speed bumps. Essentially, I'm not in agreement with speed bumps. I don't think they work. They're not effective. They're not efficient in regards to response time for our public safety when it comes to our fire department, our police department. Our residents want to make sure when there's an incident, that our, our law enforcement is able to get to and from, their location, whether it be a fire station, to their neighborhood in a specific time. And sometimes, we tend neighborhoods and neighbors tend, hey, I want to calm traffic down, so I want to put a speed bump. Sometimes speed bumps are not effective as we're wanting to calm traffic down. So I just want to thank you for recommending.
Any questions? Angie Meskel, please.
I just want to say a comment. This is a very difficult decision, I think, for all of us here on the dais. We've all met with both members from the Old Orchard Conservancy and with Lutheran High School and Concordia University, and it's not an easy choice for any one of us. Unfortunately, it comes down to the funding. There's no funding source to buy the property and maintain it. So at this point, I'm going to support Mayor Pro Tem's Tinajero's motion to go ahead and certify the EIR. Thank you.
Okay, let me see if there's additional discussion. I just have a question. Let me ask my question, then let's continue with more council discussion. Just on the discussion of the traffic for a moment, look, we're not adding a large number of homes here, meaning if you look at the entire neighborhood, so why do we need two entrances and exits? Wouldn't it make some sense to have one for the 23 homes? I mean, part of what I see here is that, before this discussion came up, nobody went through that neighborhood. And I'm not saying pick Lyon or pick Santa Clara, but if you had one, what damage are we causing with having one? I can see the map, and I can see how this is not, it's a curvilinear street, and I can see how it's not going to encourage cut-through traffic, but if we had one, I've seen one entrance and exit in other neighborhoods, and that works well. Do we really need two here? Maybe could staff address thoughts on that specific question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We don't absolutely need to. I think it is good planning to have that connectivity. Beyond some of the things that I mentioned, there's also the decreased response time for safety vehicles. Also, utilities typically use that as a corridor. I know one of the residents mentioned the idea of putting a block wall, just putting a block wall along that existing property line. And I would not recommend that because we will have to have sewer and water connect southerly along Lyon. So at least as far as that is concerned, we couldn't just cut it off. If there was to be one connection, the preferred would be Santa Clara rather than extending the cul-de-sacs longer. I think the fire department typically likes to see likes to see maximum of about 600 feet on their cul-de-sacs. I believe from Santa Clara all the way to the edge, it gets to around 800 feet. They probably have availability to turn around in some spots, but it makes it less convenient. So anyway, those were, again, are some of the reasons why we would recommend the full connection on both sides.
All right, thank you. I think you answered my question. More thoughts, Councilor Benavides?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions for staff. Apparently, Councilman Wayne, that's the same question I have. It's been mentioned that we saw this item before, this idea of potential development, considering development. Council did take action, as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, to take a step back to provide a historical designation to the property here. So my question to staff is, there was initial EIR some time back. If you can just briefly remind us of the steps that were taken. Essentially, the fact that there, as I understand, there has been mitigating factors that were considered, that were recommended, that our consultant made findings. Historic consultant that basically looks at historic validity to certain projects and such. And if you can clarify that, essentially what I understand is they have found that what is being proposed and the addendum that has been added to the EIR essentially indicates that what we have before us actually meets state standards and such.
Sure. I'd actually like to have the consultant who prepared the historic analysis come here so that you can ask him some questions directly. And just to say that the recommendation that is before you is based on that alternative that preserves the farmhouse and a small portion of the orchard. That was not an alternative that was previously analyzed, so that one was specifically added to do that. And here he comes now.
Does the city attorney want to make a comment?
I just wanted to make sure I understood your question. I didn't know if you were asking about process or about...
Well, a little bit about both.
Yeah.
A little bit.
And I just wanted to add here, you might recall that this process did begin with the City Council looking at the issue whether the project, whether the home and the orchard should even be designated as historic property. Staff then went through the process under its existing municipal code provisions to review various different alternatives. All of that was worked out before, then when the EIR was prepared. You may recall that staff outlined for the City Council at that time, and Karen, you may be able to expand on this, the process required by our municipal code to evaluate a property of historic nature. I think there's a delay period of about 240 days. Yeah, I thought it was 240 days, and so we completed that process well before we came to this point in the review.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. No. So if you can just provide us a brief synopsis on your findings with regard to your analysis on the historic validity, if you will, of this property.
Absolutely. Our first study the first study that we had prepared had found the property to be eligible for the local Santa Ana register.
And I'm sorry for interrupting you. Can you give us a little bit of background, just brief on who you are, your company, your business, and such?
My name is Jeremy Hollins. I am a Secretary of Interior qualified architectural historian and historian for URS Corporation, a consultant to the city.
Thank you.
And to answer the question,
you were contracted. I'm sorry, your specific charge or by the city with regard to this project. If you can tell us what you were contracted to do.
Yes, I believe so, yes. I'm not the ultimate project manager. I just handle this one resource area.
Right. But the city contracted you as an independent consultant to do what exactly?
To perform a historical resources assessment of the project that was being proposed at the time, and since then, the subsequent phases.
Thank you.
URS was hired by the city, not by the developer, to prepare the environmental impact report and all the attendant technical analyses, and this was one component of that.
Thank you.
So in our very first assessment, we had found the property to be considered eligible for the local Santa Ana Register of Historical Properties. We found it to be eligible as an example of a key property, as an example of a property type that was once common but is now rare. And ultimately, that is the designation that the property has received, and it is presently listed. As part of our analysis, we were also presented with several different with all of the project and all of the project alternatives. And as a result of that, we looked at each one and we would apply certain criteria, not only the regular criteria for substantial adverse change and significant impacts that CEQA requires, but we also looked at it as a pretty unique cultural landscape and as a specific property type, an orchard. And through all of this analysis, most notably the historic preservation alternative, we had found that alternative, would not have a significant impact, or that the impacts would be considered less than significant through incorporating the Secretary of Interior standards for that property.
So what is being currently before us, essentially, you have found through your independent analysis meets the requirement in the designation of a key. What is our term again?
It's an example of a key it's listed on the local register as an example of a key resource is the terminology.
So then what we have before us essentially meets that requirement to be able to.
Yes, the property in its current form, meets that criterion, and the application of the project in following the historic preservation alternative, would allow that property to retain that designation, largely because because the proposed project meets the Secretary of Interior standards.
Thank you. So just a couple of comments that I have here. I don't think I have any additional comments or questions from staff. One of the things that I do want to thank all the speakers who did come out and speak, not only tonight, but over the last 18 months at least, to the members of the old Orchard Conservancy, the passion that you've displayed, the commitment that you've displayed is one that is it's one to be commended, and I respect it. Highly respect all that you have, all the time and effort you've put in. As was shared by one of my colleagues earlier, when over a year ago, a year and a half, maybe even close to 2 years ago, and there was a vision that was described of this place that could be preserved and that would be an education hub, and that would bring kids from all over the city and even from folks from outside the county to see a working orchard. It was very exciting to be able to think about what could be. At the same time, there's a need for resources to be able to create, to preserve, and to sustain an effort such as that. So today it's somewhat anticlimactic, because I was hoping that through this process and through the historic designation and through the time really that was allowed to try to allow the Conservancy and the property owner to reach some type of agreement or some type of market rate sale, that would have been able to come together. Unfortunately, it didn't. As a council, what we need to do is look at the information that's before us, make a decision that is sound, that is fair, that makes sense to all parties. We can't necessarily allow for just just a personal preference to find one way or make a recommendation one way, just because we personally or emotionally kind of are connected or feel that we would prefer to see something over something else. That an argument can be made for, some people can speak just as passionately about the need for housing, need for, there's mentioned property values, or and some people might feel just as strongly about that. But essentially at this point, there is a property owner, and I think every opportunity was provided to be able to preserve and create this orchard and provide something that would be fair compensation. It is unfortunate that that didn't come together at this point. With regard to the traffic and traffic calming, I do appreciate what the EIR and what staff was able to the conclusion that we're able to come to with regard to making it so that this wouldn't necessarily, if this proposed project gets approved, that it would limit and calm the traffic going through that area. It's from way back. It was zoned residential. There was potential that it would potentially become a residential area, and the idea of cul-de-sacing or blocking the two, I think, for safety purpose, it doesn't necessarily seem to make sense. Beyond that, I think anything we can do to continue to create connectivity and neighborhood connections within the city, I think, are a good thing versus division. I'm glad that this proposed area project is not a gated community. I don't think it adds to the sense of neighborhood in a city and community feel. Will there be added traffic? Very likely. Obviously, there would be an open street cutting through there, but I respect the efforts and the mitigating factors that the city found there, or the staff found there, with regard to reducing the traffic and speed and such. Last comment I want to make is, again, assuming this moves forward, that passion that was poured into this effort with regard to having urban gardens, with regard to education for our youth, with regard to having something to pass on to future generations, I don't think that it needs to stop. I don't think that it needs to just be tied up to this one parcel of a few acres. There are several areas within the city now where there are remnant parcels. Along Bristol is one example. There are several areas in the city at parks where we can bring the community together, where we can have these urban gardens, where we can have be able to teach our kids and our youth about working the field and about life and vegetation, and I think we can spread it out throughout the city. There are, again, a number of different parcels, and I would encourage the volunteers from the Orchard Conservancy to connect with our staff, connect with myself or any of the members of the council that I think value that. As it was mentioned, that there was an area there at the Madison Park that we recently designated for a new garden, and we'll continue to move forward to support those efforts. So anyway, with that, I want to thank everybody's efforts, staff, and bring us this information. And I will go ahead and be supporting the item as well.
If I may, before we continue, I just want to follow up on a couple questions that you made, and if I could have the consultant come forward again, please. I just want to hear, because I think you asked the question, but I don't know that we got the answer. When you made the finding on this, that it's a key resource and that this fits it, did you also at some point look at the property and the orchard as a package, or did you look at them separately?
Yes, absolutely. The property was looked at as a whole, so that included not only the farmhouse itself and the garage and the orchard elements, but the other elements that are part of it as well. And ultimately, the analysis looked at about 11 to 12 different factors, ranging from everything from topography to vegetation to land uses to the interaction or reaction with the natural environment and clusters and all sorts of different elements like that.
And as you looked at different arrangements, did you ever look at anything with more than 16 trees?
Well, I believe for the last two alternatives we looked at, I think that was the number of trees that were looked at in both of those. And and I think part of what the analysis brings in is that it isn't just limited to the trees and the buildings, and it's all of these other elements that come into play when determining the significance as well as the significant impacts to such a unique property type. It's a lot different than, say, like a single building, whether it be residential or commercial, where it's a much more tangible aspect. When you have a landscape like this, there's lots of factors at play. So as part of that, we would go element by element and looking at each one.
No, because we've already closed the public hearing, but you can give us something in writing and give it to the clerk. So anyways, you looked at more trees, but your finding was that the 16 trees are sufficient to give the certification that you're giving, basically.
Yeah, in the historic preservation alternative, that was found to meet the Secretary of Interior standards largely because the property would be retaining much more integrity than, say, the hybrid alternative that we looked at previously, which relocated the farmhouse and the garage, and also constructed a new wall that would separate the farmhouse from the existing trees.
All right, let me say thank you. This is obviously a complicated situation, and like Councilmember Mescla and others, to me, I'm torn. It's one that you struggle with because I really like the work that the Conservancy has done, and like the maker of the motion and others, I'd like to hope that other things are feasible, but I think I'm reaching the same thoughts. Councilmember Vince Sarmiento, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You can sit down. I want to thank all the speakers that came out here, and it's 10:15, and normally we don't go to this hour unless there's something that is very difficult for us, and we're struggling with it. So thank you for your patience, and you obviously realize this is a sensitive issue for many of you and many of us. I want to thank our staff as well, because we've been dealing with this issue for quite a while now. As all of you listened to the presentation that was given by Ms. Halusa, this goes back a few years, so I never thought I'd be able to pronounce Sexlinger when we first started this. I always had trouble, so after all this time, I finally, at the very least, am able to pronounce that. But I want to thank specifically Jeannie Gillette and Nick Spain, because I know that from the very beginning, they did make a concerted effort to come here and try to explain something that was very difficult to explain to all of us, which was this is a special piece of property, and all of us know that. I personally am very familiar with the Sexlinger property. I used to play sports quite a bit at Portola Park, which is just adjacent to the Sexlinger property. It's just a little east of it, and so a lot of us thought it was just contiguous to the park. We just thought it was one big parcel, but it isn't. It's very distinct. And my roots in the city go way back. As I said earlier, my family arrived here in Santa Ana in the early 60s when orchards, I think, dominated the landscape here in the city. And so it's unfortunate, but we do have an orchard at the mayor's house that we can preserve, so that's a good thing. So, we can all get behind making sure that doesn't go away. Just kidding, right, Mr. Mayor? But I think he's going to preserve that one already, but all joking aside, this is, and I guess maybe we're getting punchy at this hour of the night, but it is something that's very difficult, and we're dealing with a document that's very complex. The analysis is not simple. Anytime you're asked to do a CEQA analysis to the degree that this one was done, it is very difficult, and that's why we did retain, I believe, a specialist in historic resources. And just so you know, for me, it's also important because I own a 1920s home that's not just key; it's a landmark status home. And it is on the registry, but it's not just on the local registry, it's on the state and federal registry as well. So I understand the value, and I think all of you who know the city well know that we have a Historic Resources Committee. And I think next to the city of Pasadena, we preserved more historic homes and structures than any other city in the state. So we do take preservation very seriously, and I think you had somebody from the society come and speak earlier. It isn't something that we take cavalierly. So I do want to say that, in my opinion, I think after looking at the document, we realized that CEQA requires a range of reasonable alternatives to be looked at. We considered 8 different alternatives here in this document, which was very thorough. We had findings from the Planning Commission that also vetted this issue very thoroughly, and they came back with a 6-1 vote in support of certifying the EIR. And so that, to me, shows that the document is adequate, and that during the public review period, there were several comments. And there were comments that were made about the historical nature of the property, and that led our staff to retain an expert to come in and give them advice. So I applaud them for that, because many staffs would say, look, let us just go ahead and tackle it. We'll do it based upon our own information. But I think they took that extra step because, as this council did, they realized that we wanted to give every opportunity to the Conservancy to try to make this thing work. And it's been close to 2 years, and I think we've all struggled with trying to find a resolution that would be mutually agreeable to everybody. Unfortunately, that's just been very difficult to do, because you have two interests that are very hard to balance. And one is the rights to conserve, or the opportunity to conserve, a very precious, valuable piece of property that represents history in the city and in the county, but also the personal property rights and the wishes of a testator here, which is also important. This isn't public property. This isn't the city's property. This is private property held by an individual and an estate. And those things have to be respected. We have a constitutional amendment that requires us to respect those rights. It's the Fifth Amendment. And I think all of us who are homeowners and own real estate of any kind realize that it's a very, very important right, and we don't tread on that simply. So I want to thank all the efforts that were taken by staff to make sure that those things were respected. And I believe, in my opinion, the review was thorough, the analysis was comprehensive, and I think the findings were very specific on the fact that the consultant here came up with the analysis that he did and the conclusion that he did. So I feel comfortable supporting staff's recommendation on this, and I'm not sure if there's a second on the motion, but if
I think there was by Councilmember Amesca earlier.
Good enough. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did very much appreciate the neighborhood's comments, because I think that's what was missing in my book. Where was the neighborhood? And obviously we had some opinions on both sides, but I realized that many of the neighborhoods aren't going to be offended by this project, because I think it is consistent with the rest of the neighborhood. I do know the neighborhood. Many of those are two-story homes, and this is not going to be a dense project. It's going to be 22 additional homes here. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I just would like to say I'm supportive of staff's recommendation on this item.
Thank you. Any more questions? If not, I've got one final question. Jeannie Gillette, I don't know if you went away or not, but she wrote something, and I was talking to Mayor Pro Tem, and he suggested, and I think he's right, that may I just read this into the record, just because I want to make sure we get things right. Jeannie, I don't know if you're gone. You're still there. You wrote, the consultant did look at another alternative that included 20 to 30 trees. You're talking about the city's consultant? Okay. And he found that alternative did not preserve the resource with the level of integrity that a historic resource requires. I'm just a little confused. If 18 or 16 is okay, were 30, 20, or 30 not okay, or am I misunderstanding that?
He's coming up.
Because that's what you wrote, right, Jeannie? All right. I just want to ask that question, please.
Sure, absolutely. That's a great question. So if we're talking about the hybrid alternative, that's the alternative that also requires removing the house from its original
So you can end up with more trees, but you lose points because you don't do other things.
Yeah, correct. And when applying these types of standards and guidelines that have been put out by National Park Service and the Secretary of Interior Standards, in those cases, the relocation of a property from its original location is a major loss.
And you have competing issues, and therefore some. Final thought, just for the developer, maybe in some of the backyards, and this is just a request, maybe they could consider some orange trees around the perimeter. The applicant is here. I see them nodding their heads. I'm not asking that it be an amendment to the motion, but I'm just saying maybe it's something that you all could consider as you look at this, that I see a lot of backyards here around the perimeter. If you could make that available to homeowners, if they want an orange tree in the backyard, maybe that's a way to get another few more orange trees on the property to preserve, what it was. And again, a tough decision, but I'm going to support staff recommendation. So with that, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Okay, one no vote by Councilor Martinez. Oh, you are a yes vote?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right, so it's unanimous, therefore. So with that, those in favor, nobody's opposed, so it's unanimous. So with that, let's go to, we're going to now recess the council meeting and go to the Housing Authority. I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. That's a much shorter meeting than the city council meeting. I will now convene the successor agency and entertain a motion for that.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion approved by Mayor Pro Tem, a second by Councilor Sarmiento. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Now we're going to go to city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Just one item today is an introduction. We have been advised by the Orange County Fire Authority. Chief, if you could come up and please stand, please, and be recognized. Chief Anthony Espinoza is the interim division chief. He has a long history of fire contributions and service to the city of Santa Ana over 35 years. He's been a battalion chief for 12 years with Santa Ana and also has experience in many areas. Actually began his career in 1977. If you could just say a few words, that would be great.
You know what? I've had a long history here. It's great to be back, and even in this capacity.
A little higher with the
My
mic.
apologies, Mayor, Council. Like I said, it's a great city. I've seen through the tenure that I've had here. It's just been a great city. I've seen a lot of changes, and I'm really looking forward to working with the community.
Thank you and welcome.
Good to be back.
Welcome. Thank you. With that, let's go to council comments. Councilor Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start off, and I'm going to, talk about the strategic plan. Here, Mr. City Manager, on the agenda, says for future agenda items in the back that the adoption of the strategic plan will be for March 18, 2014. Is that a true statement, or is that the first reading for us on March 18th? Or we will be approving in April, because the timelines are a little confusing from here to what we've discussed.
Thank you. That's a great question, Councilman Martinez. We would like for you to review and approve on March 18th, and then we would come back in April for the final adoption of the funding.
Great, thank you on that. And then second, I would like to see, if we can possibly provide, the documents that were provided to this council in regards to the draft of the funding plan to the community. I think, this is one of the issues of why many of them came here today, that when we had the special council meeting, at the time of the meeting, we were presented as well with the draft of the funding plan, but it wasn't provided to the public. As we move forward with our Sunshine Ordinance and wanting to stay true with transparency, I think we need to do a better job at giving them the same information. They don't have that information even to this day, and I know that our clerk is working on the minutes and all these other things, but if we can expedite this and get this out, because I certainly understand that it's now going on 2 weeks and they still don't have the information that we had. And so when I was reading the information based on the funding draft plan, I didn't realize that the audience didn't receive that packet. So now I was thinking back, I was like, no wonder why they were puzzled. They were looking at me like, what is she talking about? And it's because they didn't have those documents. I just think it's very important that we provide them the same information that's being provided to the council, because what I don't want to happen is that they think that we're getting a set of information and we're making decisions without, having them involved. And so with that being said, it is my hope that we can present that information to them ASAP, so that they can have that information.
Thank you. Just for clarification, we will be sending it out to the council tomorrow, way ahead of schedule. And based on your request, we'll send it out to the people that have asked for it.
Great, thank you, Mr. City Manager. And then the next issue I wanted to address is, as we do move forward with the strategic plan, and it's presented to us on the 18th, it's just the first draft, making sure that it will be complete, so in its wholeness, not just the funding plan or the work plan will be presented to us, but the entire, plan, the summary, the people that were involved. I just wanted to make, and Robert's nodding his head that will be provided to us. And so I'm glad because, as we take these next steps forward in April, what I don't want to happen is that, again, we're just providing a funding plan and we don't have the complete plan put together. And so I'm just glad that we're moving in that direction, and that's all I have. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Councilmember Vince Sarmiento. That was a quick close there, by the way. Go ahead.
Hey, I'm happy. Just give them the information.
Thank you.
Mine's even shorter than that. No comment. Good night, everybody.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Sal Tinajero.
The only thing I want to say is I want to congratulate the city. I don't know if you know, but we have the best tasting water in the whole country. Right? The whole United States, the best tasting water is right here in Santa Ana. Don't go buy the water bottles, or go buy a water bottle, dump it out, put our tap water in there. It's much better.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Amezcua, please.
I just want to thank everyone today for putting together the presentation to help us make an informed decision. I know this was the Sexlinger Orchard was a tough one for us, so thanks staff and all of those involved in providing us the information. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Councilmember Roman Reina.
Sure. First one, I'll start off with make sure that we conserve water. I know we had a great rainstorm. It's going to provide a lot of drinking water for 100,000 people for a year, but we are still in a drought, so make sure you still conserve water. Second, I'd like to instruct staff to draw up some type of resolution in support of SB 1453 and the Veteran Cemetery. I'd greatly appreciate that. And like always, shop in Santa Ana. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember David Benavides.
Good night, all.
Oh my gosh, and with that, this meeting is adjourned.